Order, please rise for Mayor Michael Fougere.
Please be seated. Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the November 27th meeting of City Council. If I could have a motion to adopt the agenda. Councilor Bryce.
Thank you. I'll move the agenda with the revisions from the clerk.
Seconder. Councilor Barshani. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. We have the minutes from the last meeting of City Council, October 30th. A motion to adopt those. Seconder, please. Councilor Fandera. Any errors and comments? All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. We'll move on to delegations, communications, public notices, and related reports. Our first delegation is Neil MacDonald. Mr. MacDonald, if you could identify yourself for the record, who you represent. You have 5 minutes for your presentation, and there may be questions afterwards.
Good evening, and thank you for allowing me to speak to Council tonight. My name is Neil MacDonald, and I am the owner-operator of Hunter-Gatherer Vegetarian Diner, which has been operating at 1221 15th Avenue for the past year and a half. I'm here this evening in the hopes that City Council will see fit to amend the zoning bylaws so that my business is able to obtain a liquor license and be able to establish a small patio out front. Hunter-Gatherer is a small 46-seat family-run diner located in the Heritage neighborhood. We operate 7 days a week from 8 a.m. until 8 p.m. and have 4 parking spaces available to our customers. We offer vegetarian, vegan, and gluten-free comfort foods, and while our clientele is primarily made up of folks who live and work within a few blocks radius of the diner, we are seeing more and more folks making the trip from the other side of town and even making us a destination to check out as they travel to Regina. While we have no desire to operate a bar or club, a lot of our customers come to us to celebrate birthdays, anniversaries, their retirement, etc. And as we cater to very specific diets, I love to be able to offer the same services that the majority of other restaurants are able to in our city by offering a mug of beer or a glass of wine with their meals. Since we've opened, we've received plenty of positive feedback from our neighbors, both residents and fellow business owners, who feel that the people that our diner draws into the neighborhood and the additional lighting and presence that we provide in the evenings help people feel safer as they walk the streets. I understand if anyone has concerns about the addition of a licensed restaurant in our neighborhood, but I can assure you that we will remain respectful of those who live around us and never operate in a manner that would compromise their ability to peaceably enjoy their homes. My family lives directly beside the diner, and my own children are very light sleepers, so I get into that. We've worked very hard to create a family-friendly environment and promise that we will continue to be a positive addition to our neighborhood. And I thank you for providing me time to speak this evening. I welcome any questions that you may have with regards to either my business or our request to amend the existing zoning bylaws.
Thank you, Mr. MacDonald, for your presentation. We do have questions. Councillor O'Donnell.
Thanks. Evening, Mr. MacDonald. Nice to see you again.
Good evening.
Could you describe your neighborhood in terms of the business sector that's in and around you, please?
Yes, we've got a unique thing going on. There's not a lot of commercial properties, but in my own building, we are right beside an MLA office. There is a barber shop that has just recently opened, and then our landlord operates Hemp Haven, a hemp-based business at the other end. Sort of kitty corner to that is another block of commercial properties with 33 1/3 coffee roasteries and multinational local brewery that opened up while we were in our renovations, and they are now allowed to serve liquor on site.
Thank you for that. Now, this little commercial sector has been there for a while.
Yes, it has. Yes. In the last year or so, 3 of the businesses in my building have turned over. They're all brand new. We have similar clientele, so we're getting a bit more of a foot traffic scene of people coming out to both our block and the block adjacent.
Good. There was a lady that appeared before Planning Commission, as I recall, and talked about safety a little bit. Can I get you to comment about that, what this may do for safety in the neighborhood?
Well, we just see a lot more people walking the streets. It's the same thing first thing in the morning. I'm in there at 6 a.m. getting things prepared, so I see a lot of hospital workers pulling up, parking and heading in, or people walking their dogs around the neighborhood early on in the morning. We have had a few people pop in the evening just as they were walking down the block, and didn't feel quite right in the neighborhood and just wanted to grab a quick cup of coffee before continuing on their way a little while later on. The added presence for myself being a resident of the neighborhood, even just knowing that there's people down there at Multinational and 33rd for an evening event makes it a lot more comfortable for me to take my family out for short walks around the neighborhood.
Thanks for that. You actually mentioned two things about the liquor license was one, but also you mentioned about the patio. Can I get you to talk about that a little bit, which happened?
Yes, our initial application was for both the liquor amendment as well as to be able to put a small patio out in front of our space. We believe through the consultations that they decided that the city planners that we were consulting with had decided to take that a different route so that the amendment that we're talking about this evening just covers the liquor license and the small patio space. I mean, obviously, we've got a few more months to work that issue out, but we would like to be able to put a couple of picnic tables out front, obviously with the necessary railings around, and we understand that that doesn't increase our seating capacity, which can only go up to 50. Right now, we're at 46 seats. So we're just looking to put a small space that a dozen or so people could eat their meals outside instead of in.
Thank you. Last question I have for you is about the community association in your area.
Yes.
How do they feel about your...
The Heritage Community Association comes to dine quite frequently. They really like our presence as well as the other businesses that have been propping up, and they are in support of our application.
Thanks very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor O'Donnell. I see no other to ask questions, so you can return to the gallery. Thank you very much for answering questions. And we'll now look at the report. This report, we have a communications. This would be from Samantha Magnus. I have someone, Councillor Bryce. Do you want to second that, Councillor O'Donnell? Okay, all those in favor on the communication? Okay, that's good. Now the Planning Commission report is for the discretionary use application for a licensed restaurant at 1205 15th Avenue, Heritage Neighborhood. Councillor O'Donnell.
Thanks very much. As described by you, if I could have a second, I'll speak to this, please.
Please, Councillor Young.
Thanks. We talked about this at Planning Commission with smiles on our face. We really actually thought that this is one of those efficient community plan notions in an existing neighborhood that works out really well. I specifically mentioned so that you understood that there is foot traffic up and down this street, that the businesses that have been established are there, the doors are open, the lights are on, and it makes people feel very comfortable and very welcoming in the area. The restaurant offers a service, but just so you understand, there's been a restaurant in this location for 30 years. I can recall it when I worked at a Miller, and it was there, and it was part of where the kids went at noon and so on. We just saw this as being a wonderful addition. You'll note that the Community Association, which is always very engaged, supports this. We would seek your endorsement as well, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor O'Donnell. See no other speakers on this report. I'm going to call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. And we have another delegation coming up. Mr. Stu Niebergall. Mr. Niebergall, if you could identify yourself, who you have with you as a delegation. You have 5 minutes for your presentation, and maybe questions from members of council afterwards.
Hi, I'm Stu Niebergall with the Regina Region Home Builders Association. I have Blair Forrester with Forrester Projects and
Daryl Meyer with Harvard Developments.
Excellent. The Regina Region Home Builders Association understands how important the Zoning Forward project is to the implementation of the OCP. The current bylaw is outdated in that it does not reflect current development forms, has numerous outdated standards, and in many cases, the intent of the zones no longer match the accompanying regulations. As such, the Regina and Region Home Builders Association is enthused to be engaged during the review, and we thank the administration, including sponsor Louise Folk and project manager Lauren Miller, and their team on the efforts to both engage with the key users of the bylaw and to be open to advancing needed changes in this fashion. In terms of our communicated priorities, the Regina and Region Home Builders Association has established a working group to participate in Zone Forward and to collect and provide input to the administration. In addition to providing input to specific proposals for the Zone Forward team, we have provided them with priority areas of the bylaw. These goals or themes important to us as part of the overall review include consolidation and contemporization of zones, reduce the number of zones and provide for a range of uses that meet OCP and area plans intentions, modify development standards to suit to contemporary housing forms, modify development standards to accommodate a wider range of housing type and emerging innovations, reduce the number of discretionary uses to facilitate nimbler economic development, and reduce unnecessary process, use commercial and industrial zones to facilitate economic development, match these zones to a hierarchy of retail development, and ensure the full range of employment uses can accommodate to retain them within the city, and to enhance commercial and industrial zoning to account for overlap, creating a more graduated differentiation of retail and industrial zoning to recognize the full spectrum of commercial types. Regarding the proposed amendments in front of you, we support the administration's proposed amendment to simplify the parking calculation of shopping centres. This straightforward amendment will provide more certainty and clarity for new construction of shopping centre sites, and possibly more importantly, ensuring more smooth transition between tenancy changes within the use of specific units. We thank the City of Regina for engaging with us during the review. We encourage you to support the proposed amendments and to continue to approach the zoning forward project in the collaborative manner you have demonstrated up to this point. And with that,
Thank you very much. Mr. Newdall, perhaps for the record, you could identify the two gentlemen that are with you for the record.
Blair Forrester with
Forrester Projects.
First Project.
Daryl Meyer with Harvard Developments.
Thank you very much for that. That's good. And we do have questions for you. Councillor O'Donnell.
Thanks very much, evening, gentlemen. Parking. Let's just talk about parking first, and foremost, because that's really what this is about. So let's talk about maybe first. I'll start with the word shopping center. This is not always the Southland Mall or the Cornwall Center. So if you don't mind, tell me from your perspective, what's a shopping center?
Well, I think this is probably more appropriate in the MAC zones, which is the major arterial commercial zones in the city of Regina. And a shopping center is, in today's standards, is a mixed-use project, mixed and multi-use. And in that is going to be office, retail, service sector uses, all having and requiring a different parking ratio.
So what's before us is that tenants come and go in terms of an existing shopping center. And every time that somebody comes and goes, there has to be a real evaluation of the project or the tenant, I guess, by staff. So one, how do you feel about the idea of the square footage and then the number of parking and how that may impact, I don't know, say the community in years in the future? Is this short-sighted or?
No, I think this is very progressive. We're in a situation right now where we've got on the horizon autonomous vehicles coming at us. We've got situations where we're trying to encourage transit to our shopping centers. Quite frankly, this ratio is probably going to be below what our tenants are going to accommodate or accept today. But what it's going to allow us to do is be flexible in our shopping centers, treating them as a whole, as opposed to individual units, and maintaining a parking ratio that's probably more forward-looking than rear-view looking.
From a practical point of view, if tenants change and this would go through, what does that mean in terms of process with the city and getting acceptance to have a new tenant in and so on? What in terms of timeline in particular?
Well, it's going to expedite the process because as long as we're meeting the ratio overall in that shopping center, we're not going to have to go back and evaluate it on a tenant-by-tenant basis when we re-tenant the shopping centers.
Okay. So would you suggest that if 10 years after the build has occurred and there's been a number of changes in the tenant, it would be wise to reevaluate? But how do you do that when the parking lot is already set? So I'm looking for, is there a problem that could develop in the future?
Well, I've always said before City Council in the past that parking ratios solve themselves to a degree. When a shopping center becomes overcrowded, people actually take their business elsewhere. But I think as a whole, we're supportive of this ratio. I believe it will allow the market to set its own ratio, essentially, and have the shopping centers operate, in a marketplace, as opposed to having administration having to be the traffic cop and constantly adjudicating on whether or not there's the correct amount of parking in existing shopping
Thanks.
centers.
And I noticed from some of the existing shopping centers that actually pad sites have been added. In other words, they're taking away space and parking, but they seem to be thriving. Can you comment on that for me, please?
Well, I think a lot of that has happened because of demolling of some of the older shopping centers in the city, where pad zones have popped up on the shopping center. But I don't know, Daryl, is there anything that you'd like to?
Well, I think with those pads where they pop up, they've always been on the corners and the periphery where,
Yep.
In park, where nobody ever parked there anyway.
Yep.
There were always too many parking stalls on those sites. So it's been just a good use of land.
Okay. Good. Thanks, Delmer.
Thank you, Councillor O'Donnell. There doesn't appear. Oh, there is a question here. Councillor Young.
I'm interested in one of your themes, which is development to suit contemporary housing forms. And you're talking about having a wider range or type of housing forms. Could you expand on that just a bit?
I think, we were trying to capture some points over a couple of things that are coming to planning. Really, that was probably a little bit more intended for the next item at council around triplexes and fourplexes. But, didn't want to repeat these things twice, in terms of that. But certainly, as the potential for housing forms certainly change within the marketplace, it is so important that the city, get the zoning opportunities very correct here, and allow the market and the industry to really innovate around opportunities, to house, to create the greater density within the neighborhoods, and to really meet the OCP guidelines that were set out. And our current zoning, bylaws don't really align with that. So we have had very good conversations, with the zoning forward team up till this point. There's been a few items here that are very early coming to council tonight, and they're maybe not getting to the key items that we're looking for, but they really set up a good step forward as we go through the process. And I think at the end of the day, if we continue on, in the path we're on, there's great hope that we'll end up with a zoning bylaw related to the residential construction industry that will allow us to hit the OCP goals. At the very same time, allow some uniqueness within the communities and allow those new characters and that new heritage to be built in the future.
Okay, so when you're speaking about residential neighborhoods, you're not talking about new neighborhoods that are being formed
Councillor Young,
only?
just we're actually dealing with the shopping center one. The next
Yes.
report actually is residential, so
Okay.
we could hold that if you don't mind.
I will.
That's
Thank
my
you.
good.
Just other questions of the delegation? Thank you very much. You can return to the gallery. Thank you for answering those questions. And if I could have a motion to adopt CP 17-26, please. Councillor O'Donnell, you do the seconder for it, please. Councillor Massanelli. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Now we will look at the report before us. This is 110, which is the administrative amendment to shopping center requirements. Councillor O'Donnell.
Thanks very much, and if I could have a second, I'll speak to this.
Second report. Councillor Murray.
Thanks. So you heard a little bit of the discussion that you had before you. At Planning Commission, we actually had a long presentation on this and other topics that will be followed up later. And so you know very well that we're reviewing all of the bylaws, so it's called Zone Forward. And staff are looking for some quick wins. This is one of them. The word shopping center refers to not always just the biggest of areas, but other areas. And I'm going to ask first for a definition of a shopping center from staff, if you don't mind.
Ms. Harlock.
So, shopping centers consist of a variety of commercial uses, including offices, restaurants, and retail. So it's a destination for many goods and services in one visit. That's the intent of the shopping center.
And so it's usually not necessarily a great big, always a great big mall, but it could be, I think the number is 7 or something like that, where it kind of kicks in that term. Am I right on that? Is the number 7 businesses becomes a shopping center?
To you, Mr. Chairman, I might have to ask Ms. Miller to clarify the amount of businesses.
Okay.
Through your worship, the definition of a shopping center doesn't specifically identify the number of tenants. It specifically says multi-tenant, so that could be any more than 2.
Okay, good. Thanks very much. So the problem was that every time somebody changed in a mall, the tenant, then they'd have to recalculate the amount of parking that's needed and if it fits. So what the suggestion is before us now is that here's how much the building is going to be. Here's how big it is. It can be divided a number of ways, and let's set the parking accordingly. And after, honestly, very little debate but a lot of understanding, Planning Commission felt that that was a fair way to go. What it also does is it expedites the approval process. In other words, the changes are inevitable in these establishments. It's going to happen all the time, but we can cut back on the number of days and weeks and months that it takes to get approval. We saw no issue with this, so we would seek concurrence, please.
Thank you, Councillor O'Donnell. Other speakers to the report? Call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Our next delegation, this is now on discretionary and permitted uses. Stu Niebergall. For the record, identify yourself for who you have with you as part of your delegation, and you have 5 minutes once again for your presentation, maybe questions afterwards.
Right, Stu Niebergall with the Regina Region Home Builders Association, and Benir Huck with Harvard Developments. Regarding the proposed amendments related to permitted and discretionary uses, the Regina Region Home Builders Association fully support the administration's recommendation. The amendments are consistent with our objectives to reduce the number of discretionary uses. The inclusion of fourplexes and triplexes as permitted within the proposed zones are minor in nature but provide greater certainty and a speedier time frame for development. It may also encourage more of these type of units to be developed as a permitted use rather than discretionary. The changes to the retail are so generally minor in nature, but should make for a more efficient development process. These changes likely will not even be noticed by the public, as the processes for these uses have almost always been approved and typically generate little interest through the discretionary use process. Again, we thank the City of Regina for engaging with us during the review, and again, we encourage you to support the proposed amendments and to continue to approach the zoning forward project in the collaborative manner you have demonstrated up to this point. And again, thank you for your time and any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Niebergall. Are there any questions of the delegation? Councillor Young? You okay? Pretty straightforward what you're asking for, what's being in the report. Thank you very much. You can return to the gallery, and we will look at the report 111, which is a discretionary use, permitted uses under bylaw 9250. Councillor O'Donnell.
Thank you. If I could have a second, I'll speak to this.
Seconder. Councillor Murray.
Thanks very much. So we often get this phrase, discretionary use, in front of us, but I think what you can see from the information that's there is that there's been a consistent pattern by council over the last 16 years that in some cases they are approved. It doesn't mean that there isn't scrutiny. It doesn't mean that there isn't scrutiny by the staff. It doesn't mean that there isn't considerable scrutiny. What it means is that there's been a consistent pattern where once that scrutiny is done, it seems to make sense that this can go into this area. So part of that zone forward notion again, and part of that early wins is that here's some things that we can do. One, to save both staff time and this time in terms of council, but also within the development industry to get their product out and get going right away. Again, we saw this as being a quick win, a good win, and we would seek your endorsement, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor O'Donnell. Other comments on the report? I do have a question of the administration about this report and the last report. Just can the administration speak to when we might see an overview of the landscape of the bylaw review with respect to, I know we want these early wins to show that we're obviously working well with industry and the public to talk about what those concerns are, but a comment as to how we can have an overview as to where we're at with the entire bylaw review. Ms. Howlack?
Through your worship, so the staff has been working for over a year on this, and now we're starting to bring these forwards. Our intent is to finalize a work plan going forward, which will outline the processes and the policies that we'll be looking at and the public consultation components of that. So we'll be bringing that forward within Q1 of next year, so we can provide that information to council at that point in time.
That will be the work plan coming forward.
That's right.
Good. Thank you, Ms. Harlock. Last question on the report. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Sorry, just one moment. On the report? I didn't see your light on here. Do you want a question on the report that we just considered? Are you okay? Because we can hold it back and if you want to talk about it. Okay. Councillor Stevens?
Thank you. Just a question for the Planning Commission as well as administration. In terms of what this means for infill development and our consideration of heritage neighborhoods and heritage builds, would this change at all how a triplex or densification might look, or the process of approving these in certain communities in our city?
Ms. Harlock?
To your worship, at this point, low-rise apartments are already allowed in the R4A zone, and this is deemed to be a lower intensity use within those areas. So we feel that it is a situation where it could still be a permitted use. We will be looking, obviously, at the whole bylaw and the uses that are permitted within those residential zones to see what other uses might not be as favorable as permitted, and might move some to discretionary and vice versa as the bylaw comes forward.
Okay. So just to be clear, basically what we're looking at here is a streamlining of the process and not reinvention of the considerations.
Through your worship, that's right. Based on our research that the staff have been doing for over the past year, these applications were approved 100% of the time. So we felt that it was a good opportunity to move this forward, to streamline the process, give applicants more surety, as the delegation said. And as we move forward, we'll be looking at all the other uses within the zones.
Great, terrific. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stevens. My apologies for not recognizing you. I didn't see the light on there. So move on to our next report. Since we've already voted on 11, now 12 is is R5 multi-housing zone in the towns, phase 1. Councillor Bresciani.
Thank you. I declare conflict of interest as a family member does have a hold on some property in the towns.
Thank you, Councillor Bresciani. Duly noted. And we'll proceed once you have left the room. Councillor O'Donnell.
Thanks very much. So this is a zoning bylaw amendment, urban holding zone to R5 residential, multiple housing zone, the towns, phase 1, stage 1G. Seconder, please.
Seconder for that. Councillor Massanelli.
So as you know, there's raw land in this area right now, and although servicing has occurred, or some servicing has occurred, it always is stated as urban holding until something comes. Well, this is coming now that they would like to put some homes on these properties. It fits with what the concept plan was. It fits what we've talked about before for the zone, for the area, sorry. And so, again, no issue with this one. Seek your concurrence.
Thank you, Councillor O'Donnell. Any speakers to the report? There are none. I'll call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. So we will wait for Councillor Bresciani to come back in. If someone could actually notify her that. So before we get to consideration of the Somerset Neighborhood Concept Plan Amendment application, we have a communication from the Health District from Morris Henning. Could I have a motion to adopt? A seconder? Councillor Stevens, on the communication, all those in favor? Opposed? Carried. We'll move on to report 113.
There's someone here for questions.
Okay, just I understand there are someone available to speak to the communication. Would any member of council wish to speak to the communication? There's a member in the audience for that. Councillor Brasciani.
Thank you.
So I could have the delegation come forward, identify yourself, who you represent for the record.
Promotion Department for the Regina Quapaw Health Region.
Councillor Brasciani.
Thank you, Your Worship. So thank you for sending in your letter and being part of a stakeholder in this development. So I just wanted you to have an opportunity, because I know somehow it was missed or whatever, but I would like you to add if there is anything you wanted to add to this development in regards to from the health perspective.
Sure. This has been an ongoing kind of conversation that the health region has had with the city around air quality, development near the railway track, and then entry and access points for the neighborhood in case of an emergency, with it being so close to IPSCO and the upgrader. We recognize we got a response from the city today about our comments have been kind of incorporated and considered. It's just not something that we could see or could easily kind of pick out. So we acknowledge the fact that we appreciate the comments, but it has been kind of an ongoing debate, and it's part of a learning process for us too on how to ensure that our concerns do come forward maybe a bit more timely.
Perfect. Okay, that's great. And I know in the report or in the letter that you indicated something with the rail lines, and we'll be asking the administration as that as well as to the residential versus commercial as well. So thank you for that, and thank you for coming forward.
Thank you very much. You can return to the gallery. Before we consider the report, just a gentle reminder to members of council that would you please ensure your questions and delegations go through the chair, and statements are only meant for the report, not for delegations. Is there somebody else who wants to speak? Because my light's not going on this side at all. Well, it's not showing on my own. Because we can call her back if you'd like. Okay. You're going to have to help me on who's speaking on this side, because I can't. What's showing on this side? Okay. We'll look at report 113 now, which is the Somerset Neighborhood Concept Plan Amendment. Councillor O'Donnell.
Thanks. I'm just going to give the address as 1202 and 1500 North Winnipeg Street. And it is the Somerset neighborhood, and I'll ask for a seconder. And I'll
seconder for it. Okay. Councillor Flagel.
Thanks very much. So this is a development that was proposed, and it's been proposed for a number of years. It has come back before council previously, and what is before you is simply a slight change in terms of where a certain type of housing may be, or where things align within what is already an agreed upon concept plan. In terms of my duty, and I want to be really clear, my duty as terms of chair is to reflect to you the conversation that we had at Planning Commission. Planning Commission looked at this as a minor change, and we bring it forward and seek concurrence, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor O'Donnell. Councillor Flagel.
Thanks. I'm going to support this as well, and I think it's just a slight change. A couple of concerns that were this letter, and I didn't want to discuss it with you, but there is going to be a second access on the west side of this property once development takes place. I've talked to the guys at Kensington Green, and I've talked to administration, and at some point we need to look at, there's a walkway easement there for emergency vehicles put into the Somerset plan. My intention is to talk to this Kensington developer and take their Norman Mackenzie route and take it through so that you can drive actually through instead of just an emergency vehicle. So that could be the third entrance, third access, much like we did with Argyle Park as well. There was two. One wasn't. If one was blocked, you only had one left. If that one got blocked, you had none. So if we can create a third access, this could increase public safety. The notion of it backing the railroad tracks, oh boy. I mean, Uplands has been there since 1955 against the railroad tracks. Cooperators has been there since whenever. Evraz has been there since whenever. In 2013, this project was put under the microscope by all levels, and everybody seemed to walk away in 2015 with the idea that if the Uplands people are safe, they're the closest people to this cooperator facility. So anybody that's building in the Somerset, and if this development ever gets going, which I'm hoping the people in Vancouver will take a real serious look at this and, either sell the land or start developing it, because right now would be a good time to grow this area, because we need more people, and we need more people up north. And this is another spot where you could end up with 2,500 people. So changing the layout of this is actually very good. And the public safety thing I want to say it's a non-issue. It's always an issue. I mean, Councillor Hawkins has the airport. Councillor Findura has the east side of the Co-op refinery. The Co-op refinery has been federally regulated. There's no issues there. If there was, they'd be shut down tomorrow. And I've not heard one complaint about anything from the Uplands people. We have a Winnipeg Street issue, which will be eventually dealt with this roadway and this new development. So everything is going forward, and I think it's a great idea. Putting the townhouses along the railroad tracks moves the commercial side to the center, which creates a hub. And if you took the Safeway of everything on 13th Avenue and moved it to the edge of Pasqua Street where the 7-Eleven is, you'd have a totally discombobulated looking cathedral area, because everything would be shifted down to the one side and nothing in the middle. And middle is where everybody wants to be. So I think it's a great idea. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Flagel. Go to Councillor Stevens.
Thank you. Through you, Your Worship. I'll just start with a comment here to the point of Uplands having been there since the 1950s, I believe it was. I would understand that the health and safety standards and the environmental regulations have changed since then, and two wrongs don't really make a right. So I appreciate that there are neighborhoods in that area, but we have health professionals, the Ministry of the Environment, Evraz, as well as the Co-op refinery coming out, I believe, in 2013 to voice safety and health concerns. So that's kind of what's clouding my vision of what we're dealing with today. But for clarification, and since this is being attended by members of the public, what precisely is it that we're voting on today? We're not talking about the concept, so perhaps some clarification on precisely what is the report and the recommendation before us.
You're actually voting on the amendment, not the concept plan itself?
That's right.
Ms. Harlech, you want to expand on that?
Through Your Worship. So what Council's considering tonight is to look at changing the zoning that was approved previously from DCD 12, direct control, district suburban narrow lots, to R1 residential detached. And that's in and shown on for Appendix A-4.2. And in addition, the walkway to the east is just shifting slightly to align up with the roadway. And then the other area that's changing is a section of land that's shown on Appendix 4.1 that was originally zoned R5, and we're looking at rezoning that to R6, and that's the area that abuts the railway.
Okay.
So to be clear, if this motion is defeated, the concept plan remains. Just the amendments that we're asking for would not proceed with. So just so we're very clear here, we're not talking about the concept plan in its approval, just the amendments to it.
Thank you.
Councillor Stevens.
That's where I was going. So to the point of what's being amended here in the actual plan, if we could walk through the requirements and the safety regulations around that borders on the rail line. What kind of consideration do we put into those federal guidelines, and how might this change how we decide on what kind of housing or development can take place along there?
Ms. Harlech?
Through Your Worship. So the federal guidelines that we use as our basis have different, based on the different types of trains that would be traveling down the tracks, they have different setbacks that would be required. So in this case, when the concept plan came forward, it was determined through a study that the developers had issued that a 20-meter setback was sufficient, because actually the line is considered a secondary branch line because the volume is only 4 to 8 trains per day at a speed of 40 kilometers. The federal guidelines for that is actually 15 meters, so it is over that. So there is that requirement. We also have an overlay zone within the concept plan for no development within, I believe it's 13.5 meters. So we do have those requirements to protect it. The municipal reserve space that's buffering between the lots and the railway, there'll be requirements when the developer comes in to landscape that area appropriately, and it would be in conformity with the national guidelines.
Right. Further to that point, do the guidelines say anything about a sound barrier, a wall that's required to be constructed by either the city or the developer along that corridor?
Ms. Harlock?
Through you, Your Worship. So I spoke with our development engineering department about that, and they indicated that there would be some form of buffer, and that would be looked at with the developer when the plans came in for their engineering design. So in other areas of the city, we have seen, sometimes we've seen a wall, sometimes we've seen some sort of berm that's put in place with a wall on top. So at this time, we haven't determined exactly what will be built within that space. That will be negotiated with the developer at time of their subdivision and servicing agreement.
Okay, thank you. There was something in the report, through you, Your Worship, that struck me. There's, I believe it was on page 74, no transit due to design restrictions. That's what was particularly striking, and that follows with a discussion about transit being subject to future budget and development considerations. It's the first part that I'm concerned with. So based on the current design, transit would not have access to this new development. Am I reading this correctly?
Ms. Harlock?
Through your worship, apologies for the confusion on that statement. What we were indicating is that because the first phase, the way it's being developed, we couldn't allow transit in at this point in time. Once the whole area is developed, then it does meet the design requirements for transit. But like any other development that's taking place, new developments, we don't bring transit out until there's enough ridership that warrants the need for transit.
This might be a question, through your worship, for the solicitor, but what is the scope of our authority here to defer it back to the Planning Commission and have the actual plan that's before us align with accessibility for public transportation?
To the solicitor, you have a comment on that?
Your Worship, if I'm understanding Councillor Stevens' question, it's to refer back the whole concept plan and, in effect, go back to the beginning of the initial approvals. Is that?
Correct, and specifically to the question of transit here.
We would have to look at that. It probably can't be something that can be done at this meeting tonight, but certainly there is an ability within the procedure bylaw to reconsider. But that's really about as far as I can advise at this stage. I've looked to the clerk in terms of the process for a reconsideration of a previous council decision.
Ms. Harlock, you want to...
Through your worship, so just to be clear, the design of the overall concept plan meets all of our transit requirements for transit. The issue is, at this point, is just because it's just phase one, there wouldn't warrant the need for transit at this point in time. But when the whole concept plan is built, it does meet our transit, the requirements and design of transit within this area. So I just want to be clear.
The second question that it might involve both is defer it back in accordance with the procedural bylaw to reevaluate the environmental considerations here. Would be the same process?
I might speak to that, and if there's a motion to refer back to the Planning Commission for those issues, I would rule that out of order because we're talking about the amendments to the concept plan. The plan itself has met all criteria. The previous council went through the same questions you had, Councillor Stevens, and some other ones as well, and agreed to proceed with the concept plan. So I think that would rule that out of order. Certainly, I understand your concerns, but there's other avenues. Perhaps one of them is not refer the entire report back or the concept plan for reconsideration.
Thank you. I guess I'll just end with a comment, and that is I think it's unfortunate that healthcare professionals and others were before council at one point raising all these issues, and it did go forward as much as we needed development in 2013. I'll end there.
Thank you, Councillor Stevens. Councillor Bresciani.
Thank you, Worship. I too have concerns, and I know tonight we're not discussing the actual plan and the whole development. But I concur and agree with Councillor Stevens in the fact that when we have environment and RQH and EVRAS and the refinery, and they all have issues with the environment. So my question around that is, how are we going to monitor as a city? We've now allowed development there, and we're moving forward. So how are we as a city going to monitor the air, the pollution, the noise, for sure the pollution? So let's start there.
Ms. Harlock.
Through your worship. So the city itself doesn't monitor or regulate air quality or emissions. That's actually the purview of the province. So the refinery is required to monitor air quality, and those reports are provided to the province on an annual basis. So then it would be if they are not meeting those requirements, the province would deal directly with those industries that might be polluting the air quality. The Ministry of Environment did establish an air management zone for Moose Jaw, Regina, and Yorkton area, and the city is a member. So that does give the administration some opportunities to proactively engage on air quality issues through this air management zone.
Okay. I would hope that that we're kept in the loop as the municipal governing, and we've got residents living there, that would be something that we would be abreast of to ensure it's safe. We discussed a little bit about the noise, and there will be something of a berm or something discussed by the railway. That's another concern I have. When developers come forward and there is rail lines, I get what Councillor Flagle is saying all across the city, but when we have new development, and there is a commercial piece in this project, why wouldn't we be asking or considering the developer to have the commercial piece backing the rail line, and therefore it is also a sound barrier, but it's also safe for our residents and the children. So I guess I would like just a response from developers to, do we ever have any say in that?
Ms. Harlock.
Through your worship. So we do work with the developers on their concept plans, and we do look at those things. Obviously, that is a large area, and so whether or not that area could accommodate that much commercial, that would be at the determination of the developer to determine how much commercial that area. We wouldn't dictate that specifically. The FCM guidelines are very specific about how residential development can take place against railways, because it happens in all cities, and that's why the guidelines, have different varying setbacks for residential development based on the use of that rail line, and so we follow those guidelines in order to ensure the safety of the residents that would be living near it.
And I'll just end with the type of housing is, of course, it's going to be high density and row housing. So it's asking tonight just to change the different type of housing, right? And so again, I'm just going to leave it at the fact that I struggle with this development being a residential development, being in the industrial. And if you do any research, we know that it's not recommended because of health issues. So I will leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bresciani. I see no other speakers lining up for questions, so I'm going to call the question on Report 113. All those in favor? Those opposed? Motion's carried. We'll move on to Executive Committee reports, and this is the Buffalo Pond Water Treatment Corporation, External Financing Councilor Bryce.
17-114, which is the Buffalo Pound Water Treatment Corporation authority to secure external financing and enactment of a borrowing/guarantee bylaw. So I'm going to move this as amended, so I'll read it. Point 1, that the Chief Financial Officer be authorized to negotiate, approve, and enter into all necessary agreements with Buffalo Pound Water Treatment Corporation, the Bank of Montreal, and the City of Moose Jaw on behalf of the City of Regina, and to generally do all things and execute all documents, certificates, and other agreements required of the City of Regina in order to facilitate the Buffalo Pound Water Treatment Center's borrowing of the principal sum of $45 million from BMO, including the City of Regina providing a guarantee of the principal sum of $33.3 million, plus any related interest and other costs of debting resulting from this borrowing. Number 2, that the city solicitor be instructed to prepare a borrowing/fee bylaw based on the terms, conditions negotiated by the CFO as outlined in the report. Number 3, that the CFO, as the City of Regina's proxy, be authorized to exercise the city's voting rights in the Buffalo Pound Water Treatment Facility. A, to approve any organizational resolutions or documents that may be required in relation to the proposed borrowing of the principal sum of $45 million, plus any interest or cost of such borrowing from BMO. Part B, approve the passage of the organizational resolutions and bylaw amended as Appendix A to this report, and C, to appoint the auditor selected by the City of Regina through the request for proposal process as auditor for the Buffalo Pound Water Treatment Center for the period 2017 to 21.
Thank you. Can I have a seconder for that, please? Councillor Stevens. Discussion on the report. I'll call the question. All those in favor? Are you on? Okay. Councillor Donald.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I note that some of the folks from the board are here. Can I take questions, or do I just ask the administration?
Well, it depends what the questions. They are not asking to be delegation. We sure can bring them forward if you'd like. You have questions of the...
If you don't mind, I think I will.
Well, if there is a delegation from the Buffalo Pound Water Treatment Plant, could you please come forward? And identify yourself for the record. Mr. Johnson, who you represent, you have, well, there'll be questions of you. Councillor Donald, go ahead.
Thanks very much. Evening. Thanks for taking some questions. So if you don't mind, Mr. Mayor, the one is that this is a partnership with the City of Moose Jaw and with the City of Regina. Could you tell me the status of City of Moose Jaw at this point?
Thank you, Worship. Just to start, Ryan Johnson, Plant General Manager for Buffalo Pound Water Treatment Corporation. City Moose Jaw City Council met last week and actually had approved the bylaw with all 3 readings as of Monday night last.
Okay, so they've done their part.
Correct.
Thanks very much. Second question I have is that this is one of those kind of core areas that we as a city operate in. I noticed when other communities have talked about water and wastewater, sometimes there are things like provincial and federal money. Was that considered? Did you get an answer? Any hope there's any money coming from heaven on any of those?
Thank you, Your Worship, through the Councillor. We did apply for CWWF Canadian Water Wastewater Fund grant January of this year. We were not successful in that application, but we will be requesting permission from both cities to apply for any future grant funding when it comes available. Our understanding, there's some discussions in the background, but at this stage, we don't know of any actual application that we can apply for as of today.
Okay, thanks. Mr. Mayor, my question now is, so what if we didn't do this? Like, what if we didn't do this right now? Tell me implications.
Thank you, Your Worship, through the Councillor. Our electrical system at the plant is at end of life. We've been experiencing electrical failures. 2011 was a big one. We had 3 in 15. We had 1 this year. The reality is our electrical infrastructure needs to be updated, modernized, and replaced. So for any long-term viability with the plant renewal project, we need to address the electrical failures now in order that we can reach the time, or by the time we need to do the rest of the work the plant desperately needs.
Okay, thanks. Mr. Mayor, if I have a power failure at my house, I don't go out and fix it, nor do I pay for it. I call some friends in other places. Can you explain to me why we're doing this and not some other supplier of energy?
Thank you, Your Worship, through the councillor. We own our own electrical infrastructure. The substations are owned by ourselves. SAS Power will provide power to the facility. At that point, it's our issue. So as the owners of the entity, it's our responsibility to do with electrical infrastructure, so switch gear outside and all the electrical in buildings. Unfortunately, our facility is 62 years old. Some of our electrical is 62 years old. So a lot of it's in the 50 years old, and the most modern stuff is 30 years old. So just to give you a quick snapshot that unfortunately our electrical system is old.
Okay. I appreciate that. I'm done with my question. If I can make a comment.
Just a couple of stuff in your time.
I just have, I'm good with that. Just a brief comment. I think it's really worth noting that in an extremely dry conditions that we had in Regina this year, all the water kept on coming to my house all the time. And so I think that speaks to the diligence that goes on out at the plant. I think it also speaks as well to the relationship that we have with the City of Moose Jaw on the operation of a facility. And I'm very proud of the people that work there, so I'll be supporting this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor O'Donnell. I hope that water went to everybody else's house too, not just yours. That would be good. Other speakers on the report? Councillor Bryce, do you wish to close debate? All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Now we move to Finance and Administration. This is the 2018 Alley Maintenance Strategy and Special Tax Levy Funding Options. Councillor Hawkins.
Thank you very much, Your Worship. As you mentioned, this is the alley maintenance special tax. Every year the city levies a tax for the maintenance and reconstruction of alleys. One tax for paved alleys, one tax for gravel alleys. The recommendation here is that there be no change in the tax. I'd like to move it if I can get a seconder.
Seconder, please. Councillor Stevens.
I'll just, Your Worship, very briefly comment on this. The tax that we currently collect will be sufficient to deal with alley maintenance and reconstruction for 2018. It's anticipated it'll be enough. If there's not enough, there's deferred revenue going forward, which could be drawn down to deal with any shortfall. But as I say, it's anticipated that this will be sufficient. And I just wish to note that this is part of a long-term program to maintain and reconstruct our alleys over a 30-year cycle for the paved alleys and over a 10-year cycle for the gravel alleys.
Thank you, Councillor Hawkins, for that. We have some other speakers to the report. Councillor Bryce.
Thank you. I just have a couple of questions for the administration, just the questions that I normally get from residents when we have something like this in front of us. So if I haven't had my alley taken care of or repaved or re-graveled in the last couple of years, why do I have to pay this? Through you, Mr. Mayor.
Ms. Gizmo.
Through your worship, as just was previously stated, this is a long program. We refresh paved alleys on a 30-year cycle, meaning we get there and do a full renewal approximately every 30 years. And the alley renewal is on an 11-year cycle, again, being refreshed about every 11 years. In between those years, we do regular maintenance as well. We'll come and fill potholes or deal with cuts or minor repairs in the alleys in between.
Thank you. Have we decreased alley maintenance since some of the garbage pickup has changed to the front of the house, or has it stayed the same?
Ms. Gizmo.
Through your worship, it is dependent. I mean, certainly removing heavy vehicles like the garbage trucks does decrease the wear and tear on the alley, so it could have resulted in less maintenance in some. But there's also addition of rear alley pickup in other areas. So throughout the network, it balances out.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bryce. Councillor Murray.
Thank you. Through your worship. This is a question to administration. Do we offer the ability for folks who have currently a gravel back alley an opportunity to petition neighbors and work out paying for a gravel or a paved alley if they so choose? I know that may have been an existing program at one point, but I'm not sure.
Ms. Gizmo.
Through your worship, previously when there was a local improvement program, that potentially was an option, but we currently don't have an active program that is looking at the conversion. Certainly if that's something council wanted to look at for either specific alley or the network in general is something that would have to be undertaken.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Murray. No other speakers on the report? Okay.
No, Councillor
All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Now we have 7 bylaws. Councillor Price.
Thank you. I move, seconded by Councillor Young, that bylaws number 2017-33, 45, 47, 48, 49, 50, and 53 be introduced and read a first time.
Mr. Clerk.
Thank you, Your Worship. Council has finished its review of the related reports and will now consider the following associated bylaws through a public hearing as required by legislation. Numbers 217-33, respecting the levy of a special tax to raise money for alley maintenance. Bylaws 217-45, 47, 48, 49, and 50, respecting amendments to the zoning bylaw to allow for minor zoning changes to the first phase of development within the Somerset Concept Plan, to eliminate regulatory barriers for uses encouraged by the official community plan, to simplify and clarify requirements for shopping centres, to allow for a medium-density residential development in the town subdivision, and to allow for a licensed restaurant at 1205 15th Avenue as a discretionary use, as well as Bylaw 217-53 to authorize the Buffalo Pound Water Treatment Corporation to borrow up to $45 million and to authorize the City of Regina to guarantee $33.3 million of this debt. If there's anyone in the gallery who wishes to address council on any of these proposed bylaws, I would ask that you indicate your interest at this time. There appears to be no one, Your Worship.
Mr. Clerk, I believe it's bylaw number 49 deals with the development on the east side of the city. Is that correct?
Is that the towns?
The towns?
Yes.
So I'll ask they have to be voted on separately, so Councillor Bertrand can leave the room. Councillor Bryce, if you could do all the other ones except 49.
Sure. Moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Young.
Okay, so we have the first
will remove 49 out of that list.
So I'll call first reading on all the bylaws except 49. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Councillor Bryce.
Thank you.
We'll consider it after.
Yeah. Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Stevens, that bylaws number 2017-33, 45, 47, 48, 50, and 53 be read a second time.
Any discussion? All those in favor? Opposed?
Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Flegel, that Council hereby consents to bylaws number 2017-33, 45, 47, 48, 50, and 53 going to a third reading at this meeting.
All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried unanimously.
Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Hawkins, that bylaws number 2017-33, 45, 47, 48, 50, and 53 be read a third time.
All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. So, Councillor Bertrand, we're now going to look at that report, or that bylaw. We will take a vote on first reading. You already moved first reading on it. So I'll ask for a vote on first reading of report bylaw 49. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Councillor Bryce.
Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Stevens, that bylaw 2017-49 be read a second time.
Any discussion? All those in favor? Opposed?
Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor that bylaw 20-9 be good third this meeting.
All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried unanimously.
Moved by myself, seconded by Hawkins, that bylaw 2017-49 be read a third time.
All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. So we can get Councillor Bertrand back in here again. And we'll now move into delegations, communications, bylaw, and related reports. We're dealing with the Glockenspiel, and our first delegation is Alvin Knoll.
I wish to declare conflict. I have affiliation with Regina Multicultural Council.
Thank you very much for that. We'll just wait for you to leave the room before we speak to the delegation. Thank you for that. Mr. Knoll, if you could identify yourself for the record, you have 5 minutes for your presentation, and we may have questions for you afterwards.
Thank you. Good evening, Your Worship, City Councilors, committee members. My name is Alvin Knoll. I am presenting on behalf of the German community. Today I would like to speak on progress and what that means to the City of Regina. I was fortunate enough to spend 32 years in this building employed by the City of Regina. Over that time I witnessed many things. I well remember moving into this building in 1976 from the old City Hall. Our staff only filled up the lower 8 floors. The upper floors were rented to the provincial government. The cost of this building was $10 million, a huge amount back in that day. I can also remember the completion of the Ring Road back in 1979, the opening of Louvain Drive in 1984. I also remember the intense studies done on the rail relocation on the 10th floor in this building and its eventual abandonment in the early 1980s. And yes, of the placement of the Glockenspiel abutting Victoria Park in 1985. All of the above did not just happen. Rather, many people spent many hours laying out the groundwork and doing budgets. To me, a sign of a progressive thinking people. Let us fast forward to July 2012 and July 2015, wherein agreements were signed to build Mosaic Stadium for a cost of $278 million and a new trade center for a cost of $22 million. Now, I understand that you cannot possibly compare the above with the Glockenspiel, but the point I wish to make is that the majority of these projects were completed when the City Council of the day realized that in order to be progressive, ideas that would enhance the city and life for its residents had to be implemented. With the latest ventures, such as the stadium and the trade center, I've heard it said that the City of Regina is once more on the map. I believe we have a progressive thinking council, one that has already given its commitment to the replacement of the Glockenspiel. If one were to look at having cash on hand to do any of these projects, one would find that there's never enough money. So in conclusion, if the Glockenspiel is not refurbished and reinstalled at this time, it probably will never happen. The reason being, as I just mentioned, money and budgets are always tight. At this time, I'm hopeful that the projected cost of $300,000 to install the Glockenspiel can be trimmed down. However, not to install the Glockenspiel would be a mistake. Why not continue with this progressive thinking and make Regina one of the only 2 cities in Canada with a state-of-the-art Glockenspiel? And that honors the German community and symbolizes the coming together of people of all cultures in our city. I think we can do this. I thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Knoll, for your presentation. There are questions. Councillor Flagel.
Thanks, and thanks for coming forward. In your summation, you didn't tell the history of the Glockenspiel as to how it got, who put it there, who helped put it there. You just said it was there. Okay. So maybe enlighten the people a little bit, if you wouldn't mind.
Councillor Flagel, through the chair. Yes, I've spoken several times at different meetings here before the committees and City Council, and in my past presentations I've touched on that, but I can do so again. The Glockenspiel was presented to the City of Regina by the Regina Multicultural Society through Mary Stewart, I believe, back in 1985. I think she was the chair in those days, and also the Regina German Club. This was a gift to the City of Regina to honor all heritage groups of Regina, also namely the Regina German community itself.
So gifted, it was in good shape, it worked?
Okay, yes, the Glockenspiel was purchased in 1985 from Germany. It was brought over and perfectly working unit at that time. Although I should make mention that in 1985 it was being run by a Commodore 64. Okay, everybody remembers those. And unfortunately, that was a very dated piece of equipment, and it did expire. So up to, I'm thinking here, early 2010 or something, time around that time frame, it was no longer functioning and had to be refurbished.
Point of interest, the Commodore 64 was a computer, just so everybody is aware. Just in case, for those younger here, just making them understand. So the history of this is important to cultural Regina, not just, I know that Councillor Findura stepped up because he's part of Regina Multicultural, but that was wasn't that one of the groups that helped bring it in?
This is correct. Yes, there was a plaque on the base of the Glockenspiel. It went something like the way in which groups of different heritages come together to enrich the life of this city. So it is applicable to all cultural groups in the city. And the history of a glockenspiel is that it's placed in the center of a village or a city. And as people come into the city, the market square, marketplace, whichever have it, people will see it, and it's kind of like a gathering place.
Right. So that's my next question. You're good with the location?
Yes, at one of the committee meetings, we did decide it be placed back and very close to the original location on near Victoria Park. Yes,
Right. Which is on the northeast corner, kind of right before you enter the plaza, right across from Canada Life.
That's correct.
So with the glockenspiel, it's a German, obviously, but the RMC is multicultural, so it's not just a German. It's not just for the German people in Regina. It's for all cultures.
Correct. Actually, I believe the glockenspiel came out of Holland.
Holland? Okay, my mistake. I was taking
so
credit
it's been
for
adapted.
something I wasn't. Sorry.
Yeah, it's been adapted in numerous cities in Europe. So yes.
Okay, good. Thank you. That's what I just needed to clarify.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Flagel. Councillor Bresciani.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you for coming forward and representing the German community. In your speech, you did indicate that the projected cost is of $130,000 to reinstall the glockenspiel can be trimmed down. Can you just elaborate?
Okay, I think at the last meeting we had is actually $300,000, but we had talked about using granite from the city yard. The granite is available. However, at the time, we would have to have a stonemason, I believe, do the cutting and fitting of the granite. So that was kind of put on hold at this point. One group would suggest we could probably use the Tyndall stone that's available in the city of Regina at the university, I believe it's stored. Again, that might have been a little bit costly. So at this point, my understanding is we've agreed basically on just a concrete finish of the actual pedestal. So that should be considerably cheaper, I'm thinking. So.
Okay. No, that's great. Thank you for that.
Thank you, Councillor Bresciani. Thank you very much for answering questions. You can return to the gallery, and now we'll consider the report. Okay. We do have one moment. If you could just come back, Mr. Knoll, there actually is Councillor Massinelli has a question.
You mentioned installation costs and refurbishment of the glockenspiel. Do you have any idea of the maintenance costs behind keeping it running?
To be honest with you, I don't. Although I do know that it will be state-of-the-art. That's what's to be the mechanism and that sort of thing. And with today's apps and that sort of thing, I'm thinking it should be easily programmed at any different time. And I think one figure I'd seen was about a $4,000 a year maintenance thing. I'm not sure what that would be applicable to, though. So,
thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Massinelli. No, there are no questions. Thank you again. You can return to the gallery, and we'll now look at the report on. Actually, we have a communication by Knox Metropolitan United Church. A communication, a motion to receive that. Okay, Councillor Bryce, seconder. Okay. Any discussion on the communication? All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Glockenspiel, Regina's Glockenspiel. Yours.
17-116, and it's the Regina Glockenspiel, and that we consider up to a budget of $350,000 in the 2018 capital for restoration and installation of the Regina Glockenspiel. If I could have a seconder to that.
Seconder for that, please. Councillor Stevens.
Thank you, and I'll speak to it real briefly here. We've had probably 5 or 6 meetings over the last couple of years. There was some discrepancy as to the condition of it, and we went through all the different things. We found out that actually where it was stored, how it was stored, was perfectly fine. Of course, it needs to be sandblasted and it needs to be cleaned up, but the working parts of the exteriors are good. All the electronics need to be replaced. As Mr. Knoll was mentioning, we can't use the Commodore 64 anymore, so we're going to upgrade. And it was interesting because one of the guys that was in the meeting, I can't remember what his name is, but he was a music guy. And he knew everything about like the toning and this and that. And he goes, yeah, you could just basically go with a remote, change it to whatever you needed to change it to, the volumes, the sounds, everything like that, with a little remote. The other thing is that there was some discussion about the noise from Knox Metropolitan and their people. And the Glockenspiel is going to be set up to run basically around 8 o'clock in the morning for a few minutes, and then at 5 again. But the structure is what's there. We've revamped it, and there was a Councillor Bresciani mentioned 130,000. It's 330,000, and we started at about 500, and we've whittled it down quite a bit. And if we can make any further adjustments, and whether we have to have another meeting, and Mr. Sylvester was doing well with putting all these meetings together, and the rest of the staff, Ms. Hill and a few others. It was just something that we found out that it wasn't one group that was trying to get this back in. It was the whole international cultural center of Regina. And again, here we are, commuting to a focal point of the plaza downtown, bringing more people down, the farmers markets down there, the plaza, like everything. So it was the spot to put it back. So there was talk of moving it to other parts of the city. It just didn't fit. It wasn't the right place. And even the other parts of the park weren't correct because future development would get in the way of where it would be. So we've hammered this out, and we're looking forward to budgeting, and I know the people are ready to go. So if we can get this put to budget, at least have a better discussion about it, we'll be all good. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Flagel. Councillor Bryce.
Thank you. I think this is part of our history. It was gifted to us as a city, and when we accept a gift like this, we have to be prepared for the maintenance of it and the upkeep of it for future generations to enjoy. So I think in accepting the gift back in the year that it was gifted, we have to make sure that we conserve things like this for our future generations. So I'm totally in support of this, and I think that we need to respect things like this that are gifted to us and move forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Massanelli, you're next.
I just wanted to rise to speak for a second. In a year when we had some hard decisions to make with the budgetary cutbacks from the province, and in light of the capital spending and the projects we see, like the police station, I won't be able to support this. It's too much spent for something that's not essential this year for me. So I just wanted to say it out loud once and get it out there. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Massanelli. Other speakers? Councillor Bryce, can you take the chair for one, please?
Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. I rise in concurrence with the report. I strongly agree with restoring the glockenspiel. Much of what you said, Councillor Bryce, I agree with. We have an obligation to restore this. We made a mistake by removing it and not putting it back in the first place, and we got ourselves in a situation where we are today. There's lots of goodwill happening and people who want to see this come back, and it is a focal point for the downtown. But more importantly, it's symbolism of when we receive artwork from the community, we maintain it. That's what we're supposed to do. So I strongly urge that we support this because it is symbolic to not just the German community, of which they have been so gracious in giving it to us, but the Multicultural Council, which actually owned it and gifted it to the city. So if we're going to be true to our roots in so many ways about honoring those who came before us and being a multicultural city and restoring a gift of art that was given to us, we have an obligation to say yes to it. So I have no trouble whatsoever supporting this. I have a question of the administration. Last term, the anticipated cost was about $500,000. Now it's down to $350,000. Is it fair to say that through the RFP process and the good work being done, and many people who want to get their hands on this to help out, we may actually see a reduction in the expenses? Through Madam Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Albright.
Through the Chair, that is correct. There's been a lot of work done with local tradespeople, and again, through the RFP process, there is a good chance that it will be a reduced cost below the proposed, and the report is up to $350,000, which includes both the structural component and the operating software for the glockenspiel.
Thank you for that. I'll be supporting the recommendation. Councillor Young.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to clarify also that the cost of this will be over two budgets. am I correct in reading that in the report that the actual construction and putting it back into place would be in 2018, but the internal structure would be in 2019's budget? Is that correct or not?
Mr. Onright?
Through your worship, the ask or the recommendation to council is up to $350,000, which would be a part of the 2018 capital budget discussion. The part that would go into the following year, into 2019, would be $4,000. That's the initial estimate for the operating cost per year to look after the glockenspiel.
Okay, fine. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Young. So there's no other speakers on the report. I'm going to call the question. All those. Press the button.
It's automatic.
Councillor Flagel, close debate.
A couple of things here. The cost of $350, that's based on U.S. dollars too. So that could fluctuate if it gets better or worse a little bit. But we're hoping that the U.S. economy goes like this and we get to a 90-cent dollar. But the other thing is, and I agree with everyone else that we were saying, but you know, the glockenspiel is 32 years old, and there's probably not anybody in the room after 32 years doesn't need a little bit of a makeover and an update. So that's part of what this is all about too. It's been
Speak for yourself, Councillor Flagel.
Well, you know, some do it all the time and continually, and that's what we're hoping to do year after year once we get this put back in place. So I'm looking forward to the budget discussion on it, and hopefully that's where it ends up. Thanks.
We are approving the expenditures for this year coming. That's clear on the motion. You've closed debate. There are no other speakers. I'll call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carried. We'll now move on to delegations with respect to bylaw enforcement process improvement. Brian Black. Good evening, Mr. Black. If you could identify yourself for the record who you represent. You have 5 minutes for your presentation, and there may be questions afterwards.
Okay, just push the button here.
It's ready to go.
Okay, good. Thank you for listening to me tonight. I'm Brian Black, a resident and taxpayer of South Regina. I voluntarily serve on 2 local community association boards as Director of Community Issues for the Hill Community Association and as Vice President for the Whitmore Park Community Association. I'm here tonight to provide you with our Community Association's view of the Bylaw Enforcement Process Improvement Report and some of our suggestions for further improvements to the processes. I first of all want to compliment the City of Regina for their positive efforts related to establishing more focused property maintenance standards for houses and yards. It's refreshing to see that significant results have occurred, and we hope the City continues with their efforts to improve their processes. As you're likely aware, my neighbourhood borders the University of Regina and the Polytechnic educational institutions. Like the other areas of Regina, we have more demands for parking by tenants living in rented housing that have become more common in R1 single-family detached residential homes. Compounding the issue is the fact that numerous streets closer to the schools have become no parking or restricted parking zones on the city streets to deter student and staff parking. This has created some big problems for this zone that has a high number of rental houses, many vehicles. The simple solution for some of the tenants has been to park across the front lawns of the houses with these results: ruined attractive front and corner lot yards, their deep ruts and dead grass and lawns, gravel and slag dumped on lawns to provide makeshift parking areas that is in violation to the zoning bylaw, vehicles driving back and forth across sidewalks, challenging the well-being of pedestrians, especially the elderly and the young. The report shows that vehicles parked in front lawns and other non-designated spaces is the bylaw enforcement section's only reason to coordinate with staff in the current planning branch. The report states that 20% of cases that do not comply are turned over to the current planning branch managers to follow up with orders to comply. I think that it would be beneficial to have a report for City Council on process improvements being authored by a manager of this department to identify what is currently occurring to resolve their 20% share of the cases and provide ways to improve the lengthy process referred to as legal proceedings. Our community association's concern is that if the Development Appeals Board allows parking on lawns and other non-designated spaces, it will open the floodgates to no enforcement at all. This is not acceptable. Another aspect that seems to be absent from this report is the City's requirement of the property owner to have a residential parking sidewalk crossing permit. issued by current planning in order to get a permit to cross city properties such as sidewalks and boulevards next to front and side yards. The applicant must complete an application form, plans, and supporting documents. Vehicles driving back and forth across non-permitted areas of the city boulevards next to public sidewalks is a clear safety violation and should be enforceable immediately to protect vulnerable pedestrians. This is not just a matter of private property, land use rights, as the city has been treating it. There's also no mention in the report that the property owner has a choice to appeal the order to comply to the Development Appeals Board. The bylaw enforcement report states that it takes them an average of 40 days to deal with the violation of front yard parking. The other cases dealt with by current planning definitely take longer, much longer. Here's a current example for you. An appeal was initiated to the Development Appeals Board because the absentee owners chose to dispute the order to comply from a notice of violation issued back in September 2017. It is for a rental house that has ample off-street parking. The front yard is 2 vehicles parked next to one another on the front lawn. The owners decided to appeal the order to comply and were advised it was to be decided at a November 21st, 2017 hearing. Meter count 60-plus days. Due to delays associated with tabling, decision-making time by the appeals board, extra appeal opportunities, plus extra grace time, this could stretch out to 150 days.
Mr. Black, you have
5
1 minute
months.
to go.
I've discovered, pardon me?
You have 1 minute to go.
Okay. I've discovered from doing some internet research that the City of Winnipeg has initiated a bylaw in 2016 for the area near the University of Manitoba that allows its parking authority to issue tickets to vehicle owners that park off approved parking pads on residential lots at the time they discover the violation. If they can do it, why can't Regina? Our community associations and the citizens of our community request that the city focus their efforts as soon as possible on making more improvements to the enforcement process of vehicles parking on lawns and other undesignated spaces on residential lots and establish some reasonable financial penalties. We could use your assistance in our area. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Black, for your presentation. There may be questions from members of council. Councillor Young.
Thank you for coming, Mr. Black. Glad to see you. Okay. I see you quite, but I'm glad to see you tonight. So both of the community associations that you are representing tonight are really the two that surround the University of Regina. And so they have all the problems that any neighborhood has that's next to a university, and that's making sure that the students and the staff who go to those institutions have places to live, but also have places to park their cars. And in order to do that, you have to have good bylaws and good bylaw enforcement. So you are pleased with the enforcement happening with property standards?
Mm-hmm. Oh, yes. Yeah,
Okay.
We've noticed improvements. The biggest thing that we've noticed, as I just mentioned here tonight, is the long time it takes to get these front yard parking issues resolved.
Okay.
And I've looked into this further and found that it can take months. Like I said, the example I provided here tonight, it can take up to 5 months or 150 days. And that's just not acceptable. When you look at other cities like Winnipeg that have decided to consolidate some of their bylaws related to parking and give the Winnipeg Parking Authority the ability to have bylaw enforcement officers go out and based on neighbors calling them, that they're enforcing these with tickets. And they have a neighborhood association in Winnipeg that has done education for that area too, so that people are informed ahead of time and given some notice that there is this kind of enforcement taking place. And we'd like to see that in Regina as well, please.
Would you say that both the Hillsdale and Whitmore Park community associations would be interested in providing feedback if there's a zoning bylaw review around this area?
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, there's many residents that have contacted me and other people with our board that are very concerned, and they want to see something done as soon as they can see it.
So they want to see parking happening, but they don't want to see it happening in a way that will destroy front lawns and neighborhoods.
Exactly.
Okay.
Yeah. There has to be some kind of compromise between parking pressures as well as the beauty and appearance and the safety. The safety element is something we're really concerned about. Like I said, there's people driving back and forth across sidewalks, and who knows if somebody's out on their tricycle or some elderly person is out walking around the block, these people can back up and hurt them. So we'd like to avoid that if we can.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Thank you, Councillor Young. Any other questions of the delegation? Thank you very much, Mr. Black. You can return to the gallery, and we'll now move on to Report 117 from the Community Protective Services, the Bylaw Enforcement Process Improvement. Okay. Councillor Young, do you want to move it and speak to it?
Yes.
Okay, you'll move it, and Councillor Bryce seconds it.
Okay, thank you. The people who live in areas surrounding universities are very, very supportive of the institutions that are in their neighborhood. And I think that they really would like to see some changes made to the length of time that it takes to deal with some of the parking issues. So my question is Chapter 14 in 9250, the zoning bylaw, which is now under review as part of Zone Forward, will that include parking regulations for all land uses as well as the other regulations in 9250?
Through your worship, there will be a review of different parking requirements within the bylaw, but I might ask Ms. Folk to go through the details with respect to this specific issue.
Ms. Folk?
Through you, your worship, as we move forward and continue to work towards looking at what we can change and modernize in terms of the land use bylaw, a large part of that work is looking at what is not really a land use issue and what's the most appropriate bylaw and policy that we need in place to ensure that we have the right enforcement tools in our toolkit. When we're looking at parking, there will be a corporate conversation around that. There are a number of areas within the organization that do manage parking, and how we look at that and approach it from a one team, one city perspective is on the work plan.
Okay, good. So then there would be a time for those areas to give input to the city, which you can use as information as you move forward?
Through you, your worship, that's correct.
Okay, thank you. And then the only other comment that I have on this, if people have not spent time reading this, is that the number of property maintenance issues has gone down, just having the enforcement start to happen. So the number of hours that are spent on that will go down over time just to have good enforcement. And I think that they've done an excellent job of doing this without all of the people hired that are going to be doing that. And they're working toward compliance as well as complaint-driven. And I think that 26% of their property standards were compliance as opposed to complaint-driven. So I'm hoping there's a goal to go even farther than that. So I'll ask that question. Is there a goal to do even more of that?
Mr. Onright?
Are you happy with 26%, or are you?
I would say we are always striving to improve. The work through bylaw enforcement, one of the major changes, of course, that you'll see in the report is going to award system where we have bylaw enforcement officers dedicated to award, which we have seen large improvement since we've done that.
Okay.
Thank you, Councillor Young. Other speakers to the report? Press your button there, Councillor Dowell. It's not showing on mine. Okay.
Thank you. I wish I remember this a little bit more specifically and could address this question to the administration. It'll be a little bit, but it goes something like this. I remember sitting at a board table, and it was small town Saskatchewan talking about property maintenance enforcement and pretty much throwing up their hands and giving up because through to all of the processes, they couldn't ever win. And it was those things that went on for years and years. So my question is there some overarching rules by the province that would prevent us from being stricter or tougher or bigger or stronger or whatever we need to be. If I could direct that maybe even to the solicitor, if I could.
To the solicitor.
Your Worship, the framework for in park within the city is set out primarily in our traffic bylaw. So that's the rules around parking on city streets are in the traffic bylaw. Of course, a bylaw that's passed by council. Some of that have been discussed around the parking on private property are, as you've heard us report, are enforced through our zoning bylaw. It would certainly be a decision for council in terms of consolidating parking enforcement in a different way. That could be something that council could look at. But to Councillor O'Donnell's question, so there's a lot of lead that's given to council to create offenses, to parking authority, to have all parking dealt with by one department of the rules around enforcement. Some of the more serious around enforcement of law are rules that are set out in the Cities Act. So that's some of the provincial, where the provincial powers for us to enforce law, there are some limitations on what we can do. In terms of how it's done in Manitoba, I'm not familiar with the framework there, but certainly if they have their own parking authority and they've considered all of the enforcement for parking matters more broadly, that would be a model that could be considered. And as you heard from administration, part of the zoning bylaw review, that is being considered in terms of where responsibility for some of these other non-on-street parking issues might reside, in addition to a whole host of other bylaw issues. So that work is being done. I hope that is of assistance.
Thanks. So, Mr. Mayor, if I could follow that up, assume that the laws and rules in Manitoba would be different than the laws and rules in Saskatchewan. So I'll just leave that, not looking for a response. But my second question, the solicitor referred to parking. I realize that was part of the discussion. I'm really looking for the notion of property units enforcement and so on. And would I assume from the solicitor property maintenance, same response from him?
Mr. Solicitor?
Your Worship, apologies if I misconstrued the question. Correct. Property maintenance standards are set out in our bylaw, which is passed by council. Standards, council is given a lot of latitude in terms of how far to regulate property standards. So that's something that's a policy decision for council to make. And also there is some latitude and discretion in terms of how enforcement is structured within the city. The rules are what they are right now in terms of the enforcement regime. The rules within this act haven't really changed much since the law was in 2003, and so part of this review, if council wish to review, perhaps lobbying the provincial government for some changes, that's something that could be part of the review.
Thanks. I think, Mr. Mayor, I'll just finish by saying I'm going to review a little bit of what I heard at SUMA, and we'll consider the future info. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. O'Donnell. Councillor Hawkins.
Thank you, Your Worship. The report mentions that the notice of violation of ticket regime, which was a regime this council authorized a short time ago, that regime would be the bylaw enforcement agency be able to issue a ticket in the same way that you'd get a ticket for a parking offense, thereby set up over a regime where it goes to court. That notice of violation of ticket regime has been delayed. The question is this: why has it been delayed? How long will the delay be? And is it still correct that such a ticketing regime would help improve enforcement bylaws?
John Wright.
Your Worship, I'll comment on the first couple of questions, and then I'll ask Chief Jackson to add some comments. The ticketing part has been delayed because we're looking at internally with the city system that will cover than just one area. So we have a number of areas. benefit from having a centralized ticketing system. One of the benefits is going to a central payment system. So that is all tied together. I'll ask Chief Jackson to add some comments. One more comment in terms of when this would come forward. 2018, there's work being done. It's part of the software package that is with our planning area. And one of the modules in that software package does have a ticketing module, and that is what will be considered in 2019. I'll ask Chief Jackson to comment.
Chief Jackson.
Through you, Your Worship. Mr. Onright's correct, and I met with the Director of IT today, and we confirmed that the CityView, the software platform, is coming January 28th. The priority will be to work with development services and planning and development to institute the inspection and permitting process, but we will be taking a look at the ticketing module in 2018 with a capital budget to move forward with implementation in 2019.
Thank you, Your Worship. If I just might make a very brief comment. This was something that was a priority for this council when we adopted, when we gave authorization for the ticketing regime. And it's something I believe would substantially improve the enforcement of our bylaws in the areas in which it could be used. And I'd like to encourage the administration to note the priority that the City Council has given to that and to move as quickly as possible on implementing the regime for bylaw enforcement. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. Other speakers on the report? Councillor Young, do you wish to close debate? Councillor Young.
Thank you, Your Worship. So I will go back to what I started with, was that these are university neighborhoods, and almost every city in Canada that has one makes special bylaw enforcement that fits that neighborhood. So I have Saskatoon's, and they use that bylaw enforcement for parking around the university neighborhoods where a lot of the students live, and also I think around hospital areas. So one of the things I'm interested in is something that legal mentioned, which was consolidation of parking into one authority, and I think it's something to be looked at. And so I'll probably be bringing an inquiry forward, asking that be looked at to see whether it fits with our laws and with the Cities Act, and whether that's something we could even consider.
Thank you, Councillor Young. You've closed debate on the report, so I'll call the question. All those in favour? Opposed? That's carried. So now we'll move on to our next delegation, Alan Stephen and Brandon Titanic. If you come forward, please, with respect to Eden Care Communities, the Milton Heights. If you could identify yourself for the record, who you represent. You have 5 minutes for your presentation, and there may be questions afterwards.
Thank you, Your Worship. My name is Alan Stephen. I'm the CEO of Eden Care Communities in Milton Heights, and the gentleman to my left is Brandon Titanic, my Executive Director of Finance. Earlier this year, we received a notification of a 40% tax increase to Milton Heights. Milton Heights is an income-tested supportive housing facility. We asked at that time for a phased implementation of that tax increase to lessen the burden on our most vulnerable people. The staff prepared a report suggesting they deny that request, and on the 7th of November we approached the Audit and Finance and Audit Committee, and at that time they, we believe, are recommending the denial of our request as well. Milton Heights is a registered charity. We assist in relieving poverty by providing residential accommodation at below market rates. Milton Heights is more than affordable housing, it's supportive housing, and we support over 135 households with low-income families, seniors, and many people with special needs. To the best of our knowledge, Milton Heights is the only charitable supportive housing facility home in Regina. The impact of what you're imposing on us is that our monthly fees are capped at below market rates. by the Saskatchewan Housing Corporation and yourselves for some of the suites that you have oversight on. The overall vacancy in Saskatchewan last year was 9.4. Our overall vacancy was 0.2. So we are in fact doing our part in reducing homelessness in Regina through services and through cost. In the end, marginalized people without a voice are harmed by what we're doing. Research continues to advise us all that the forces that affect homelessness are complex and often interactive in their nature. There are social forces, addiction, family breakdown, mental illness, which are compounded by structural forces, increased rent, lack of availability, poor economic conditions. There is a dynamic interface between those two. The vulnerable and low-income families face several challenges to just keep their housing. And when we ask them to increase their rent, they need to make choices. And an increase of $10 to $15 a month has an enormous impact on someone that's struggling on a day-to-day basis to survive. They have to choose between paying rent, utilities, medication, clothing, school supplies. And in most cases, because they understand the nature of a roof over their house, they will pay that. And other parts will suffer. Our request is not that they don't have to pay. Our request is that we defer it and we phase in that 40% so they're easier. It makes it easier on them to pay. In May of 2015, the YMCA found there were 232 people without a home in Regina. We believe this was the city's first point-in-time count. In 2017, in August, this council passed a motion to develop a plan to end homelessness in Regina. In addition to providing affordable and supportive housing to 135 households, Milton Heights has reduced 911 calls for police, fire, ambulance, and crisis intervention. Again, we're not saying that they don't have to pay. We're not saying that we shouldn't pay. We're asking for consideration that the 40% tax increase be phased over a 3-year period. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Other questions? Councillor Fundura.
Thank you, Worship. Through you, gentlemen, good to see you. Good evening. The residents are living in Milton Heights. You're not giving them a handout, you're giving them a handout. So my question is, as they go through living in Milton Heights, do you help them to be successful, maybe get off social assistance, things like that? What happens? This is just 4 walls. What happens at Milton Heights?
Thank you, through you, Your Worship. Milton Heights is supportive housing. It's not affordable housing. Affordable housing, for the most part, is bricks and mortars. We, at our cost, provide the services to help each individual in their plan to get themselves out of poverty and assist them to be productive members of society, whether they are financially challenged, whether they're justice challenged, whether they are have some physical or cognitive challenge. So we have a support staff that helps them with that in doing things like navigation, in things like being an advocate for them, in helping them with day-to-day, simple as making your own, as simple as going and shopping, as simple as going to the doctor with someone that can understand, as simple as going to a bank to help them with their banking as they're going from there. So it's to give them the education, the support, the mentoring that they need to be successful in whatever success is in their world.
Thank you. Through your Worship, another comment you made about reducing 911 calls, reducing ambulance calls. What does that mean to the greater community?
A lot of affordable housing is our high-impact areas. Where our fire, our police, our emergency intervention folks are going. What we have done through our support systems is reduce that. So there's a sense of community within those 135 families. There's a sense of ownership. And we have one of the lowest destruction costs within a building. We have a very low turnover. And that's because the staff are there. The staff treat it as a home. We have a mentality that this is their home and we have the privilege of working in their home as opposed to them having the privilege of living in our work environment. And if you could picture that in a mindset, that gives you an idea of what those folks are coming to. Either they're coming off the street in all the worst conditions. They're coming from an environment. They're coming from a destructive environment. They're coming from an environment where no one has been there to help. And we've reached out to try to help them.
Thank you for your answers. Thank you, Worship.
Thank you, Councillor Fundera. Councillor Hawkins.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you, Mr. Stevens and Mr. Titanic, for coming forward. And thank you for your especially good work that Eden Care Communities does for those in our community. I have two questions. The first is, can you outline to us what assistance you've had from the city through grants programs in terms of developing your affordable housing programs?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So when we brought in the building into being, it was a Sask Housing Initiative, and we have a forgivable loan. As part of that, the city actually came on board, and I believe service about $70,000. I'll let Mr. Titanic brief, so it's not like the puppet going. So I don't have that in-depth knowledge. That's why Brandon's with me. Go ahead, Brandon.
The City of Regina has provided us with $70,000 worth of support over the past few years for 7 units, and in relation to that, does cap the rent that we can charge there for monthly fees for those 7 units as well.
And that's under the housing program?
Yes, I believe that's the Home First program with Sask Housing.
Thank you very much. My second question is this. Have you approached the provincial government with respect to any of the matters which can cause increases in rents and sought additional assistance from the provincial government, which is responsible for social assistance?
Through you, Your Worship, yes. Eden Care is an integrated, inclusive, intergenerational company, and everything we do has that. We deal with social services, health, education on a continual basis, trying to help us move through this. This is a huge challenge. This council is suffering from downloading of various things the province can no longer afford. And we understand that. We understand that we're asking is other people in our city to help us and help the most vulnerable pick that up. And we believe it's a noble cause. It's the right cause. And even if it's denied tonight, at least it gives the people who have no voice to understand that we'll continue working with social services, health, the Premier's office, all offices, including this council, to try to give that vulnerable population a voice and to understand that poverty is more than just providing that initial housing. It's providing the support that's there as well.
Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. Councillor Brasciani.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you for coming forward. I actually visited Milton Homes today, and I didn't know anything about it, but I wanted to see exactly who the people were that are living there. And I have to say thank you. You make a difference in our community. We work with many of our homeless, and I guess the question that I ask is that if these people do not have, because I know that, what is the rent? Tell me what is the rent that they pay right now? I know there's different levels, but what would be the rent that they would pay?
The rent would be anywhere from the $600 a month for a bachelor, $679 for bachelor, to 1 bedroom, 2 bedroom, with the highest being $979 approximately.
Okay. And the lady I spoke to today said, I think an elderly person, I think, receives about $1,200 a month, depending on, so it leaves around the $300 to live on for the month, and that's living on everything, and they still struggle at that. So where would these people go if they can't afford? What would happen?
Through Your Worship, I want to be really truthful. We've never evicted anybody, and it's not our intent to evict. So you can imagine what accounts receivable looks like. So we're not going to boot them out. It's not going to happen. It's not our culture. It's not our way, and it's sure as heck not going to reduce poverty in this city or anywhere else. So we're coming here and asking, for some sort of deferral. So there's not a threat. There's not an inclination that we're going to boot people out. That's not what we're here to do. We're here to say, you're under some severe financial stresses right now. We're asking you to consider not putting the full brunt of that in 1 year against people that don't have voice, that don't have the ability to see that through. That's what we're asking for, is to give those people without voice some voice.
Thank you. And one of the other pieces that I really liked about this is there is the support of living. So it's not that they're just living there on their own, and there's actually supports to help people cook, to help people go to the grocery store. People who have trouble with math cannot, fund for themselves to figure out what they can buy and what they can't buy. That's what the resources are there for the life skills, right?
That's correct, Your Worship.
Thank you for the work that you do in our community.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Brashani. Councillor Flagel.
Thanks and welcome, gentlemen. Nice to see you. I guess I'll just ask the question: Why are you getting charged 40% more? What was the explanation you were given?
Through you, Your Worship, it was a charge that came, and which is our property tax assessment. So I guess the property tax assessment went up, and therefore we then get charged on that amount.
So it's mostly the assessment of the building, is what you're getting at? Is that what you're mentioning?
It was a significant increase in the multi-residential units in that area, including other buildings, mainly commercial.
Okay. So if I was to ask you, what does a 3-year phase-in look like to you? What would be a good recommendation if we were to discuss it with administration after you sit down?
A good recommendation is what we're asking for is 20%. So it's of that 40%, 20% in the next 2 years, 20% in the third year.
So 10, 10, and 20?
20 and 20.
The current recommendation is that we would immediately pay the 20% this year. 2 years from now, we would pay another 20% on top of that.
Oh, okay. So 2 years. So it would be 20, 0, 20.
Correct.
Okay, good. That's what I want to know. And yeah, you guys do great work, and I know that. And now, let me ask you this. If you're going to build this place on 5th Avenue North, are there residents in Milton Heights that would go to that facility as well? Or
a life worth living means you shouldn't have to move. You should be able to live in your house, regardless of your age, regardless of your culture, regardless of your financial ability. The plan that we have is to build an integrated supportive housing facility in Northeast Regina, which will address a need in that area.
Right.
They will probably bring people in from other parts of the city, but it's to address the need in Northeast Regina.
And how many people do you have in Milton Heights today?
It's 135 households, so we're probably running just under 160, 170 people.
Wow, nice. Good. Nice work. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Flagel. Other questions of the delegation? Thank you very much. You can return to the gallery. We'll look at the Milton Heights request for tax abatement. Councillor Hawkins.
Thank you very much, Your Worship. It's the recommendation of the Finance and Administration Committee that the request from Milton Heights Apartments regarding a tax abatement for the levy increase for 1100 Broadway Avenue be denied. The Finance and Administration Committee considered this vigorously. It's not an easy decision. In fact, it's a tough and uncomfortable decision to have to make. It's not an easy decision because we all know that this is good work by good people helping out people who need help. The difficulty is this. What's really being requested here is an exemption, tax exemption for a couple of years. Some call it a tax abatement. You call it whatever you want. But it's really a request not to pay taxes due on property. And when the city considers tax exemptions, it has to understand, first of all, that it's eroding the property tax base in the city. And that property tax is what the city uses to build roads, to clean water, to provide leasing and fire protection services, provide parks, provide grants programs like the housing incentive program that was mentioned in the presentation. The more we erode the property tax base, the less capable we're going to be able to do the job that the municipal government is supposed to be doing, the more the province downloads its responsibilities onto us, the less able we're able to discharge our municipal responsibilities. And so we have to be very cautious about tax exemptions. You give a tax exemption to one group, in this case, a care home, we will have before council many, many care homes in the same situation asking for this kind of tax exemption. There is a danger in doing this one-off. We will also have many groups coming before us, many good groups like daycares coming before us also asking for a tax exemption. And the property tax base will be eroded, and we will not be able to discharge our municipal functions properly. So that when we consider a request like this, we can't do it on a one-off basis. I am pleased the administration is considering the whole regime of exemptions. I am pleased that we're looking at grants programs which are more manageable than tax exemption programs. And I'm pleased that we are trying to get a coherent program that doesn't handcuff the city and doesn't penalize our property taxpayers, many of whom are struggling to stay in their own homes themselves. So it's with real regret, it's a heavy heart that the Finance Committee recommended that this not be adopted. I believe that it was the right decision. It's not an easy decision. And it's for those kinds of reasons that the Finance Committee recommends that the city's recommendation, the administration recommendation, be maintained in this situation. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. A seconder for the report, please. Councillor Bryce. Next speaker is Councillor Murray.
Thank you, Your Worship. My question is also on precedent, and it's in the past, have there ever been situations that we have approved a phase-in on tax for property tax? And what were the grounds on that approval?
Through Your Worship, we have done phase-in before for commercial. For multis, it was decided not to do that. In this case, there is 23 other properties that would qualify that are in the same situation as the Milton Heights.
Okay. And what were the grounds on that phase-in for commercial? What were the asks or the requests or the parameters that allowed that to happen, that phase-in?
Through Your Worship, I might ask Ms. Bryden to go through the criteria that Council had approved with respect to those. In this case, it was not recommended that the multi-year phase-in was given for all the phase-ins because it was determined at this point that it was more of a nominal fee, that the increase for multis was a nominal. It was approximately $20 per unit. That's including all taxes, so that would be $11.91 for the municipal portion. But I'll ask Ms. Bryden to explain how the commercial phase-in worked.
Ms. Bryden.
Through Your Worship, for the 2017 reassessment, the commercial values increased significantly. In the case of multifamily, the values increased, but so the sales between 2011 and 2015 increased substantially for multifamily, but both the rental rates and the sale prices were increasing at rates similar to other investment type properties. So the result was that the values of multifamily properties increased at similar rates as commercial, but they're in the residential class, so their increases were less so than the commercial side, sorry. So at that time, Council considered the phase-in for commercial would be approved through the tax policy for reassessment.
Just for some clarity, what was the percentage increase on the commercial in 2017 assessment cycle?
Ms. Bryden?
Sorry, I'm putting you on the spot here.
Through Your Worship, I actually don't have that number in front of me at this time.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Murray. Councillor Flagel.
Thank you. Mayor's Housing Authority is trying to reduce homelessness and get rid of it altogether. Milton Heights is doing their part. We've done many tax deferrals, whether it be on any given thing. We do 5-year tax exemptions on and forgiven. I mean, you build a house in Zone 1, and you get a 5-year tax exemption. These people aren't asking for a tax exemption. It's a deferral. They will pay the 40%. They just need to retool and regroup and do it. I would even look at, even if you did a, 13, and 13.9 or 14 over a 3-year period instead of a 20, and that way they can groom it in if that was the case. We have other areas where they get a tax exemption of 50%, but it's an exemption. It means we never get that 50% back. The 5-year tax abatement on places in Zone 1, we don't get that back ever. They just start paying taxes after 5 years. These people aren't saying that. They are just saying we need to spread out that 40% because it's a huge hit for them. Are we looking at Eden Care as a successful business that could make that up on their own, out of their own pockets? Possibly, maybe that's where some of this is coming from. Whereas you look at other organizations that are scraping together the organization, it sounds like Eden Care, Milton is doing well, and we're just saying, go into your own bank account and go get it. We were told to do that by the province, to go into your own reserves and do it, and what did we say? We were not impressed. That's what we're telling him to do, and the delegation is you guys go into your own back pockets and get the money out of there and pay for it. We were told to do that by the province. We didn't like it, and we responded. Again, back to this. If you look at a deferral as opposed to an exemption, this is not an exemption. They're paying it, and they will continue to pay it. We may not get it all at once, but we're going to get it. And maybe if we decide, we're going to do it, they'll pay the 40% and away we go. And then the next time something comes along that they have to go and build on and do on, and they're going to go, well, maybe we're not going to do it so vigorously because we've done our fair share. We don't want that kind of a feeling going forward. We're putting the onus back on them. We have a responsibility in a way. And through the Mayor's Housing Authority, we have a huge responsibility according to, I don't always typically agree that it's the city that should be looking after monies for these types of facilities. It's the province and it's the feds. But you know what's happened? We've gotten reduced amounts of revenue. We have to find it. I think we've struck a nerve with a lot of us around this table of budget discussions and where we want to go. And I think the citizens of Regina understand that we're in a pickle and that we're going to have to pay taxes. And if we have to not support people that need our support, and yes, Milton Heights and Eden Care are doing a great job, but sometimes Sask Housing, Regina Housing, it all comes down to what we can put back into the community. Because again, it's back to the old, you're only as good as your weakest link. And if we can't help the people that are there, the 230 some people that were surveyed on the YMCA, did we not whittle that number down to actual people that were homeless? There was that 232 was after we were done the discussions. Was there not a number that came back at actual, like 92 people were actually homeless, physically had nowhere to go?
Ms. Harlock?
Through your worship, I don't have that report in front of me. There was different breakdowns based on that, and the way it was counted had some different parameters within it. I can provide you that report if you like.
Well, no, I just thought if we had a quick answer for today. But anyway, I want to get back to the building itself. Was that building valued on income, or was it valued on the sale price of, how did we determine the tax rate?
Ms. Bryden?
Through your worship, multifamily is valued using the income approach.
Income? Okay. Okay. So that's something to keep in mind too. Maybe reduce your income, and we can reduce the tax base. I don't know. I'm just trying to find ways that we can figure this out. But I do believe that I may, if it's the will of this council, I may try to bring a motion forward, either do the 20-0-20 or the 13-13 and whatever the number works out to, 15.
Are you serving a notice that you're going to move the motion?
I'm going to just, I'll put
because your
something.
time is now up on.
Yeah,
on,
I'll serve a
on this.
notice that I'll wait till the end.
Okay, thank you. Next speaker is Councillor Bryce.
Thank you. Sorry about that. Old habits, I guess. I don't think anybody is going to question the great work that you do. I think that we all value exactly what's being done by Milton Heights. I just think the avenue that we're talking about, using a tax abatement, is the wrong avenue to be on. We've got grants available. Obviously, this group has used our grants before, $70,000 we heard tonight. I just think that the tax abatement, I think this is the wrong avenue to go down. There's other things out there. We also have 23 properties we've just heard in the same boat here. So I also think we're on a slippery slope, and I think if we allow it for one, we're setting a precedent that could go that way. So I really feel that the grants that we provide here at the city are the way that this group should go to actually find that gap that they're missing, that they don't want to pass on to their residents. I'll leave it at that, but that's my opinion.
Thank you for that. Councillor Stevens and Councillor Findura after.
You can bring it up. Okay.
Councillor Stevens, you have the floor.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just a few questions here. Is Milton Heights a not-for-profit organization?
Ms. Harlock?
To Your Worship, that is correct.
Also for clarification on the phase-in of commercial property taxes, that is granted to all commercial properties, or are there select commercial properties that receive that phase-in?
Ms. Harlock?
To Your Worship, that is granted to the whole commercial.
Okay, thank you. So the argument that if we grant not this exemption but this phase-in will somehow jeopardize our ability to deliver public services, we offer that already to the entire commercial sector. So this is already something that we see in the city and in current policy. If this were a Regina Housing Authority building, would it be taxed?
Ms. Harlock?
Through Your Worship, if it is a civic building, then no, it would not be.
Does it offer similar services as buildings owned and controlled by Regina Housing Authority?
Oh, sorry, through Your Worship, sorry, you said the Regina Housing Authority? I thought you said the City of Regina.
Sorry, I might have.
Sorry.
Yes.
So I'll ask Ms. Bryden to clarify how the Regina Housing
Ms. Bryden?
Authority.
Through Your Worship, the Regina Housing Authority is taxable. Yes.
What? Is taxable?
Yes.
Thank you. Do they receive any kind of phase-in or any kind of exemptions or any particular special treatment?
Ms. Bryden?
Through Your Worship, if they're multifamily properties, they would not receive a phase-in due to reassessment. I might also note that phase-in due to reassessment for commercial properties is a revenue-neutral program. Increases as well as decreases are phased in.
Thank you. The current process, so these type of phase-ins, these type of exemptions, I'm pleased that we're seeing a review of this process. I think it should be more systematic, but we're dealing with this today. What is the current process for residential property owners or daycares or others to follow if they're seeking these kind of exemptions? Is this kind of a pattern we've seen already?
Ms. Harlock?
Through you, Your Worship, at this point in time, individuals would come forward, or perhaps groups of similar land uses to come forward to ask for these exemptions. We are working to bring forward a policy to council regarding this. As I indicated, there is 23 other properties that would fall in the similar category for not-for-profits providing this type of service. But there's multi-families residential throughout the city that was affected by the reassessment.
Of course, thank you. A procedural question. If one were to vote no or vote against this recommendation, what would that mean? Would that mean
This would, if you're going to look at an amendment, they'd be contrary to the motion on the floor, we have to defeat this motion first, then introduce an amendment.
Okay.
But we'll deal with this report as it is. If there is a view to have a contrary motion, we must defeat the main motion first.
Great, thank you. I'll be supporting the discussion and the proposed motion put forward by Councillor Flegel on a phase-in. I'll leave my comments there. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Councillor Fundura.
The Finance Administration, I voted against the denial. The reason is simple. The comments were made by the delegation to say they're already saving city, meaning if there's a reduction in 911 calls, reduction of police call-outs, well, we deal around this table with the budgets to the police. So that's already a win right there. And when you look at who's in residence, you have persons with disability, intellectually challenged, you have seniors. And we do a lot of exemptions, a lot of different. We help a lot of people in different ways. We help sporting events. We help all kinds of things. And like Councillor Flegel said, we are not saying we're not going to get anything. We're going to get our money only in maybe 3 years. And this way will help the community to get their, not handout, but a hand up, to make sure that they can survive. Because it's nothing worse than, and you have to choose between if you're going to pay rent or you're going to eat. And I mean, yes, the comments were made that they are not going to be evicted, but you can only go so far with this. So again, at this meeting tonight, all depends what the motion is. And if we're not going to go on amendment, I will not support the denial again. And for that particular reason, we have a lot of vulnerable people. And I know there's already a lot of money being saved by 911 calls, fire departments, all those things. So we already see savings right there. I don't see this. We should all look at that. We're saving money already. So, thank you, Worship.
Thank you, Councillor Fundura. Councillor Brasciani.
Thank you, Worship. I as well. I just have one question for the administration. How much notice are they given?
Ms. Howard?
Through your worship, so just as an example for this property, on August 29th, letters were sent to show the estimated impact. So that's August 29th, 2016. And then on January 5th, 2017, the notice of assessment was mailed out. And then on April 18th, Council had approved the tax policy. So then the property notices were sent out, or property tax notices were sent out on May 4th, 17. So there is a number of touch points that we try and let property owners know where the reassessment is taking place.
Okay, thank you for that. I too agree that these are very, very hard decisions to make. And I don't think, we see as council all the time people coming forward to ask for this and ask for that. But when we are talking about our most vulnerable, and we are, I saw it today, and these people have nowhere to go. The second piece of this is there is a huge shortage of this type of housing in our city. To have the support there. You can have housing, and you can have, but you don't have a place where you have a support that is there to help them with daily living skills, so they can feel like they're residents of this, they're contributing people, and they can go out and they can shop, they can live. And so that is a huge piece. So this is where I think as council, we need to have that compassionate heart to say, it is a one-off. And they're not saying they're not paying. They're going to pay. They just need a little extra time. And I think as a city, as a looking after our community members, that's what we need to do in the tough times. And it is tough times for everybody. Because you look at social services, they haven't gone up. The elderly people, they haven't got any increments. So again, they're trying to live with less. And thank you to Milton Heights and the fact that they said they won't be sending anybody out onto the street. But that's not it. We still need to be here to assist, to help people with that. So I will see what Councillor Flegel brings forward and go from there. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Barshani. Councillor O'Donnell.
A process question. I wish to speak, but I'm not sure I want to speak right now. So what's going to happen? Are we going to vote on the
Here's
first?
what will happen, so you don't lose your chance to speak this time.
Yeah,
so you
just
can,
on process.
So you can, I'll take the mic from you. We'll vote on the motion before us because the contemplation clearly is a contrary motion to the main motion. So we must deal with this motion first. If we pass it, we answer the question. If we defeat it, we need direction from Councillor Flagel if you're going to move a motion. So the first order of business is to vote on the main motion that's before us. Because the intent, clearly the intent by someone, is to have a contrary motion. Okay. Other speakers? Okay. Councillor Young? Oh, okay. I'm good. I'll go after you. Okay. Councillor Young.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My question is, what is the history of phase-ins on reassessments? Have we ever done phase-ins in the past?
Just on commercial, I believe, is not. Ms. Howlack?
Are increasing, so it's always revenue neutral.
Okay, I have a vague memory of something happening in the north central area at some point, but that's not part of this.
Perhaps Ms. Bryden might have.
Through your worship, that is correct. In the original first reassessment back in 1997, there was a phase-in of multifamily properties as well as commercial and residential. So every city property received some type of phase-in, and phase-in at that time, again, was still revenue neutral. So increases netted out against the decreases.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Young. Councillor O'Donnell.
Thanks. A couple of random thoughts. First, one of the reasons why we have asked the provincial government repeatedly to have quicker turnarounds and reassessment is so that we don't have these type of seats. We had asked for it on a 2-year basis, and we have not been able to receive that. That's one. Two, I always love it when there's a passionate person, in this case a gentleman, to come forward who presents his view very well. So it leads us, in my view, to where we talk about core. What is our job? What is it that we're providing and collecting property taxes for, and what are they supposed to do? I would suggest as we look at this in the future, near future, I hope, in terms of this tax abatement or how we handle that, then in fact we need to in fact consult publicly very strongly on this. What is it that you want us to do? It is really, really difficult for me to look this gentleman in the eye and say, yeah, good for you, do a good job, but sorry, not today. That doesn't work really well if you have any kind of a heart. And everybody on here is feeling the same way. So that's the first thing. The second thing is, we've talked here long and hard about when somebody takes away, I don't know, grants in lieu and so on, what the overall impact that has on us. In other words, we're here to provide services. It is that other notion of core. And so it is easy, but it's difficult to say, would you just go back to the provincial government and make your case? In fact, that's partly been done. In fact, that's why we have people often come here to not just speak to us, but to speak to the bigger picture. Today, I cannot support this. But in the bigger picture, I want to make sure that we have solid public engagement where people will be understanding what happens when we do tax abatements, what's the implication, and are you prepared to pay more? If they are, and say that, and that's one of our core principles, right on. But right now, it's not.
Thank you, Councillor O'Donnell. Councillor Massanelli.
I really feel for this subject. I really want to support Milton Heights. But in view of 23 other properties in the same circumstance and the budgetary confines we're under this year, looking forward to next year, I can't. Me personally, I'd spend the money in a heartbeat, but I'm spending the residents' money, and I have to spend it responsibly. And with 23 other properties, this leads into another $1 million shortfall really fast, and no answers for it at all. So I can't support Milton Heights.
Thank you, Councillor Massanelli. Councillor Flagel. Okay, you've already spoken. If you speak now, you close debate. It's a process question?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll give you the floor, but on a process question only.
Just on this point, so because I'm going to bring something forward, or hope to. I can't do it before we vote on the main because it's a denial.
Right. What you're doing is contrary to the motion. That's why.
Okay. I just needed to clarify that. That's what I thought. But
okay. There's no other speakers on this report. Councillor Hawkins, do you want to close debate? Okay. Councillor Hawkins, close debate.
Thank you very much, Worship. The first thing I want to clear up is this, and I want to ask the administration this. Whether we call it tax abatement or tax exemption, whatever we call it, am I right to understand that if the request from Milton Heights for abatement option 1 is granted, total foregone levies, and I understand that to be total foregone forever, will be $33,189, of which half, $19,289, is the municipal levy foregone by the City of Regina. Am I right in that understanding?
Ms. Harlock?
Through you, Your Worship, I believe the request is just to abate the 2017, which would be the total of $33,000. But that go forward, that they would request to be paying that in the future, like the full
Right,
tax rate.
But for clarity, this money, this $33,000 would be foregone for this year forever. Is that right?
Well, yes.
Thank you.
Correct.
I want to make 2 points. The first is we're not just talking about this exemption or this tax abatement or this foregone revenue. We're talking about this amount for this facility plus potentially 23 other facilities. I think a conservative estimate of that would be $33 million, just taking a straight line calculation. That's a significant amount of money. It's a significant amount of money which we don't have to do the things, the good things that we need to do that the Cities Act charges us to do. The second thing I want to say is this. If we do this in this case, we're not just going to receive these requests from this group. We're going to receive these requests, and they're coming for exemptions or whatever you want to call foregone revenue from all kinds of other groups. I don't think we can build a budget on that basis, and I don't think we can protect the citizens, including the poor and the meek and the weak citizens of this city, in this kind of way. The proper way to do this is not on an ad hoc basis, is on the basis through grants. Now, Mr. Stevens very fairly said that no one was going to lose their housing in his building on account of this. That's important. But I also think it's important that we protect, in this case, the property taxpayers, not because there aren't property taxpayers that couldn't afford to pay this. There are. But because there are property taxpayers that cannot afford these kinds of exemptions and charges if they want to stay in their own homes. This is a tough decision. I'd urge you to turn this down. When we go back to consider budgeting, we will consider the question of exemptions. Hopefully the administration will help us develop a rational program for when we do and do not give exemptions, and when we put certain requests in the grants category so that everybody can be considered fairly. So while it's difficult to say no to this good work, I do note that no one is going to lose their housing on account of this, and I do note that this council will be facing numerous exemptions in short order, which seriously risks undermining our ability to do our proper municipal jobs. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. So you closed debate on the report. So I'll call the question as written in the document. All those in favor of the recommendation? Those opposed? Motion is carried. We'll move on to our next delegation. You can do that. The motion was passed, you know that. Yes, I understand. Okay. Mr. Clerk?
I'll start with Councillor Murray, Councillor Bresciani, Councillor O'Donnell. Councillor Findura. Councillor Bryce.
In favor?
Councillor Mancinelli. Councillor Hawkins.
In favor.
Councillor Flagel. Councillor Stevens. Councillor Young. Mayor Fougere.
I vote in favor.
The count is 7 in favor, 4 against.
Motion's carried. On that note, we'll move on to our next delegation. This is Aaron Dimon, SAS Volleyball. Will you please come forward? If you could identify yourself for the record, who you represent, you have 5 minutes for your presentation. And members of council may have questions afterwards.
Well, thank you, Your Worship and Council, for the opportunity to speak tonight. My name is Aaron Demian. I'm the Executive Director with SAS Volleyball. And SAS Volleyball is requesting the amount of $50,000 from the City of Regina to support our bid to host volleyball championships in May of 2019. SAS Volleyball presented our request to the Executive Committee of Regina City Council on November 15th, where the motion from the City Council approved the funding was carried. Since this meeting, Volleyball Canada has tentatively awarded the rights to host the 16 new girls and 50 new boys events pending successful contract negotiations. And SAS Volleyball is required to confirm local and provincial funding sources prior to beginning these negotiations. So the event that we were awarded is approximately 3/4 the size of our initial bid to host. It will include 224 teams coming to the city, over 3,000 participants, 4,500 spectators, 94% of whom will be visitors to the city. And the estimated economic impact is $4.1 million for the city and $4.8 million for the province. We've worked with Evraz Place, as most of you know, to secure the facilities within the city, including the Eventplex, the new International Trade Center, and cooperator centers, where all the matches will take place. We believe there are a number of benefits associated with this event, including the estimated economic impact, over 7,000 unique visitors to the city. It also demonstrates the city's ability to host successful large events in our fantastic new venues, and it helps our organization support the community and grow the support across the province. So I thank you for considering our request, and be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you very much for your presentation. We do have some questions. Begin with Councillor Bryce. You turned it off again, didn't you?
Yeah, I did.
There you
Sorry.
Councillor Bryce.
I have it still. Thank you very much for coming forward. Through you, Mr. Mayor. Since you've got 3/4 of what you originally were hoping to have, does that change what you're asking from the city?
Thank you, Councillor. Through your worship. SAS Volleyball is still requesting $50,000 in our ask from the city. Rationale being there has been similar events with similar economic impacts hosted in the city, including Skate Canada Nationals, that I believe has received similar funding. We're hoping that this is going to be a continual thing that we're able to bid on successfully in the future. So we're hoping to keep our funding requests that we made to our various stakeholders similar when we go back to Volleyball Canada and negotiate with them.
Thank you. Did, through you, Mr. Mayor, did your overall budget change based on the 75%?
Yes. In both revenue and expense, they've decreased by approximately 3/4. Some of the revenue is coming in from a smaller number of teams that are participating, as well as some of the grants that we've applied for with SASPort. And there will be corresponding decrease in expenses to host the event, with mainly the facilities and some of the variable costs like referees and that kind of thing.
Thank you. So having said that, why should we not consider decreasing our amount that we're putting forward?
Well, I suppose there is a small chance that in the event that we may not get the event. We haven't been 100% confirmed that we're going to be getting the event, so our intent is to try and still secure as much funding as possible to make sure those negotiations are successful. When we initially put in our bid to host, what we were trying to do is maximize the size of the event that we could bring to the city. So some of the things were estimates in terms of how much funding we could bring and the size of the event. And like I said, as well, we're hoping that we're going to be able to bid again for an event like this. So by securing all of our funding that we originally came forward with to Volleyball Canada, that we'd be successful again in bringing an even bigger event to the city again in 2021.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Price. Councillor O'Donnell.
Thank you. In terms of use of facilities, you're setting up courts in the Eventplex?
Yes. There will be about 12 courts set up in the Eventplex, so we'll be taking the turf out, or the facility will take the turf out for us. We'll be setting courts up in there. We'll be utilizing the International Trade Center, where we can set up about 16 courts, and we'll be able to set up courts in the Cooperator Center main arena.
In the Cooperator Center main arena as well?
Yeah.
What height do you use? Do you use international height for this age group, or is it lower?
Ideally, it would be 30 feet. The International Trade Center is quite a bit lower than that. It's about 24 feet. But yeah, for an age group that we've been able to secure, it's fine for that age group.
Thanks. Is there a history within volleyball nationally that when you do get a club national that the venue is repeated, or that the host city can be repeated?
Yeah, I guess I'd like to point out that we've successfully hosted several events within Everest Place over the last 5 years. So I think we've demonstrated that we host successful events. Teams come to the city and they're very happy with the venues. They're very happy with the quality of the event that they're getting. So we've received good feedback from that. And I think that this is sort of the next step for us to host a slightly larger event than what we've done in the past. And our intent would be to continue to build on that and try and host an even bigger event and maybe utilize the entire facility in 2021.
Thanks very much. So when you talk about an even bigger event, can you give me some projection as to what number of teams or participants that might mean?
Sure. My estimate is that if we were to utilize all the space, we could be looking at 48 courts. So in terms of number of teams, that would be approaching 400 teams. So economic impact, we're probably looking at around 12,000 visitors to the city, probably about a $6 or $7 million economic impact.
Sure. And this is national. Is there any opportunity for international?
There would be, and especially if we are able to grow this event and have an opportunity maybe in 2021 where we might be able to use the brand center. And Volleyball Canada has done that before with some national events where they bring in their national team for some international matches to go along with the national event, while 10, 12,000 people in the building. So,
thank you. Mr. Mayor, last question. Is there any, so while you're having a competition, is there any clinic and so on that goes on? Is this about official development? Is this about coaching development? Is this about player development as an aside to this?
For this particular event, it typically isn't. There would be some referee development that goes on with referee evaluators, and it is a way for referees to sort of advance their experience and their certifications. There usually isn't enough time for coaches to engage in any kind of certification. But what we usually do actually is set up some athlete skill testing zones on the day before the event starts, and just allow the kids to try out, test where they're at, and have a chance to just have some fun before the tournament starts.
Good. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Councillor O'Donnell. Councillor Bershani.
Your Worship. Thank you for coming forward tonight. So just, I want to be clear. So the tournament is for 16, 17, 18, and 19 under. Is that now, I understand, isn't it two different tournaments? They're just, ages are different, or so we may not get both. Is that accurate?
Well, yeah, so I guess just to try and add some clarity, what we had bid on was what our maximum ability to host would be in terms of number of participants. And what we were awarded is two different specific events. One of them is going to be a 16 and under girls national championship, and another one is the 15 and under boys national championship. So altogether, those events are going to require around 30 courts based on previous events.
Okay, so just to be clear, so you've applied for I understood in the reading it was for 15, 16. I thought it was more all the age groups. Maybe there is just some. I guess we're trying to provide just a little bit of idea as to what that event might be. That's what we were hoping to get, was the 15 and under and 17 and under events. Because in our estimates, that's what our maximum number of courts would be based on previous events. And what we ended up tentatively being awarded is two different events, basically. So what Volleyball Canada did was, once they got all the bids in, they took a look at all the venues, all the locations, and tried to fit in how each event could work in different communities. And so that's what we were awarded based on what our maximum capacity was. Okay. And then you indicated that it'll all be at the new trade center in there. What about the floor? Like, it's all cement. Are you guys going to have to do, played volleyball, I coached volleyball, the floor is cement. So yeah. How's that going to work?
Well, yeah, we've established a really good relationship with Everaz Place, so we are able to put sport court down on cement. So for the Eventplex, they take the turf out, they can roll it up. They'll roll it off to the side of within the building, and then we bring in our sport courts, lay it down, and set up all the courts weighed down with water barrels.
Yeah. All right, thank you very much.
Try that. Any other questions of the delegation? Thank you very much. You can return to the gallery, look at Executive Committee with the Teen Volleyball Canada National Championships. Councillor Bryce.
CR 17-119, which is the 2019 Volleyball Canada National Championships. I'll move the recommendations in the report.
Seconder for that, please. Councillor Flegel.
And do you want me to go through each of them? I have questions.
Go right ahead.
Okay, the first one is that the City of Regina provide a cash grant of $50,000 to Saskatchewan Volleyball Association in support of their bid to host the 2019 Volleyball Canada National Championships, conditional on the bid to hold the event being successful. Number two, that the funding for this grant be provided by the addition of a one-time expenditure of the city's 2019 general operating budget. Number three, that the Executive Director of City Services be delegated the authority to negotiate and approve the terms of the contribution agreement between the City of Regina and the Saskatchewan Volleyball Association as outlined in the body of this report. And number four, that the City Clerk be authorized to execute a contribution agreement on behalf of the City of Regina after the review by the City Solicitor. So some questions to start. We heard from the delegation that their submission or their acceptance of their submission has changed and they're now only at 3/4. Does that change the recommendation from administration? Through you, Mr. Mayor?
Mr. Onright.
Through your worship, it did not. We just received the information on Thursday, so we did not change the recommendation in the report.
So if we were to refer this back to administration for consideration based on what we're hearing tonight, how much time do they need, or are you aware of how much time they may need for us to come up with the decision? Through you, Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Onright.
Through you, your worship.
As we're thinking about this.
Yeah. I'm going to ask Ms. Shaley to comment. I'm not sure what the time frame is to put the money together.
Ms. Shaley?
Through you, your worship, my understanding is that an answer is needed right away, so prior to the next executive or council meeting, if I'm answering your question, the right question. Is that the question that you asked, when they would need an answer from council?
If I'm allowed to answer, yes.
You're allowed to answer, yes, both ways.
Yes, that is the question I'm asking. I'm not, as a councillor, I'm not entirely comfortable moving forward with a $50,000 grant for this based on what I've heard tonight. They've changed what we're actually getting here in the city. So their other grants have changed, and as their income and their expenses decrease, I think that we need to take a serious look at how much we're actually providing. So in this time of watching every penny, in my opinion, I feel that we need to watch this and make sure that we're giving the appropriate amount. So I'm not in favor of going forward with this tonight.
Thank you, Councillor Bryce. Other speakers to the report? Councillor Flegel?
Thanks. I think we have to be careful that we watch where we're cutting, in my opinion. And what I'd like to do is say that if this place is going to generate $12 million of income revenue into the city of Regina, I think 50 grand is small pittance to it. Where it comes from, we deal with that. We've got funding set up. We've put it in place. We've dealt with other things that economics change lots of things, but if you stand and do nothing, you end up with nothing. And long term, it's going back to the time I said we had a discussion about some things, and there was things that we didn't do in a certain area of the city of roads and networks that's costing us today. We should have done those things 30 years ago, and we wouldn't have the issues we have today. This is another one of those things that we need to continually grind and build and facilitate what is going on in the city, whether it's sports, whether it's culture, whether it's different things that go on throughout the whole city. This is an economic driver that brings in and staffs people at Evraz, as an example. It showcases 12, I think he said 1,200 people, roughly, or 7,000 people coming to the city. That's huge. That's one of the bigger things. The Congress 2018, we talked about 15,000 people, or no, 20, I forget how many people. I think and we're paying less money for the volleyball than we are for this, and there's a lot of in lieu of. This is a great idea. This is something that sport, culture, recreation, the city of Regina is open for people to come forward, and not only today, but in 2021 and beyond. So if we change the formula a little bit, it is, and it does change. But everything changes at some point. But economically, I think we're in decent shape that we can absolutely afford this.
Thank you, Councillor Flegel. Mr. Onright, you have a comment you want to make?
Chair, so just for a bit of clarity, the economic impact to the city, the assessment is $4.1 million. For the province is $4.8 million. We did receive information today. Tourism Saskatchewan did reduce the amount of their contribution from originally it was $50,000. They've reduced it to $40,000. So that just to provide some additional information for council to consider. And ideally, we would get a decision this evening so that the process can continue to move along. As a delegation talked earlier about, that this is a part of their process to secure the bid. They have tentatively been awarded the two groups, but in order for them to move this forward and be successful, they will need to move this along in a timely manner.
Thank you for that. Councillor O'Donnell.
Thanks, Mr. So we've, no surprise, maybe some other communities are interested in these types of championships. One of the things that pleased me in terms of the delegation's answers was that this is the start. This is not the end. This is not a one-timer. This is where we get people in the door. Now, I wasn't part of this, and I probably shouldn't say a story that I don't know, but when we first bid, or the community bid on FCM, they didn't want to come to Regina. But then they saw the facility. So I want to imagine, let's say a few years ago we wanted to hold the, World Junior Hockey Championships. And what did they talk about? The facilities. Guess where they want to come back? For the facilities. These are kids. The kids will walk in and say to their parents, that's a really good place to go. Can we go back and play there? This is the beginning, not the end. This is money well invested. I'm all over this.
Thank you, Councillor O'Donnell. Councillor Stevens.
Thank you, Your Worship. actually had a pretty good track record of contributing to these events and these appeals and actually getting the events to come to Regina. My question is regarding the $50,000. I've seen these come before council. Often it's a mix of grants and in-kind support. Was in-kind support or considered, and would that be feasible in this circumstance?
Mr. Onright?
Through your worship, I'm going to ask Ms. Shaley to comment.
Ms. Shaley.
Through you, your worship, the group did not request in-kind services, so the request was for a cash grant.
Thank you. My second question, I've asked this before when there's been an appeal for grant money. We have an economic figure of $4.1 million for the city, $4.8 million for the province. How do we recuperate that? So how do we go from that $4.1 million coming to the city of Regina, and how does that translate into us actually recuperating the $50 or $50,000 and into the coffers of the city of Regina?
Mr. Onright?
Through your worship, I think it's more indirect. An investment like this, as Councillor Flegel indicated, really provides employment and utilization of the assets over at Real, which, just as a reminder, maybe for the general public, Regina owns all those assets. Real operates them on the city's behalf. So directly back, I would say it would be tough to gauge the $50,000 coming back or more. Indirectly, very easy to see where that money comes back into the city, and also the cultural and social benefit to the community in having these events. These events are open for the general public to come to, open for children, all ages, to go and have that experience of watching a national competition.
Thank you. So,
thank you, Councillor Stevens. Other speakers? Councillor Bershani.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'd like to ask the administration, these asks always come to council, and they're very, very tough. How can we pin one up against the other? We've got, from soccer to whatever. I would like to know, is there anything in place that administration is working on, some kind of a policy around these kinds of asks, especially when we are in this kind of a, even in or out, doesn't matter, just a policy in general for these kind of asks?
Mr. Onright.
Through your worship, there currently is not a policy in place. However, administration is working on bringing a policy forward in 2018 that will put some framework around how these will be dealt with or can be dealt with in the future.
Thank you for that. I think that just having some policy for that would make it for sure easier for us. I understand that there is value getting people coming to our city. It helps our business, hotels, all that. But I also see what Councillor Bryce has indicated is that, we too are under financial restraint. We too have turned down others that have come forward. So I guess this is it's a tough decision, and I think I would entertain the fact that when I understand and read the document, it was for hosting the 15, 16, 17, 18, or the 4 groups. Now it's 2. And I'm wondering that if there would be anything in there to look at something 25,000 instead of the 50,000. Is that something that do you think would it still make their bid to work?
Mr. Onright, any comment on that?
Through your worship, that is, will currently tonight be in the hands of this council to determine how much, if it is in the $50,000, what would come forward for a cash investment in this event.
So, Your Worship, how would I do that?
You can move an amendment that you'd like to see the grant be a certain amount other than what's on the report, because it's not contrary to the main motion, so you could do that.
Perfect, thank you. So I'd like to move that, an amendment to $25,000.
Have a seconder for that? Seconder for the motion? Okay. Okay, the floor is yours to speak on the amendment. Do you want to speak on the amendment? Or have you done already?
I've done it. I will just say that I think that you know, it's very tough. We talk about in tough economic times that we are in, and these are the kinds of things, they are important to our city. So when we've got an $18 million shortfall, it's coming out of operating, I think we really have to make some tough decisions. So I'll leave it at that and let my council colleagues discuss it.
Speakers to the amendment. Councillor Bryce, to the amendment.
Thank you. I agree with a decrease, but they got 75% of what they had put a bid on. So I think for us to cut it right in half isn't really fair to them. So I wanted to get this on there to discuss it. I would be more in favor of cutting the bid sort of like Tourism Saskatchewan did, down to $40,000 rather than $25,000. Just because I don't think it's fair to the group. We gave them the implication that $50,000 would be for the whole thing. They went on good faith saying that, but they were only successful with 75% of it. So I think it'd be appropriate to allow the $40,000 rather than the $50,000. I think that cutting it down to half is just it's unfair of us to do that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bryce. On the amendment, Councillor Flagel.
Thanks. I need clarification. The last time we did this, the denial was in, and I couldn't put the motion prior to voting on it. This has been approved by Executive Committee as the way it sits, and
Because
now we can amend it.
The motion's not contrary. You're still giving out a grant.
Okay.
It's just a different amount.
Okay.
So it's not inconsistent.
But
it's
even
not contrary.
Okay, but let me just ask this though. Even though the last time the change was going to happen in terms of what was going to happen, I wasn't allowed to make that amendment prior to voting on a denial.
Are you talking about the
Milton House?
Because your motion would have been contrary to the main motion.
Okay. Okay, I just clarified.
Yeah.
I don't agree with the amendment at all, 25 or 40. This is the 13th hour. We've told these people that 50 grand is going to be on the table. They've planned for 50 grand. I don't know how they're dealing with the loss of $10,000, but this is one of those things that if we start nickel and diming on things that are coming to the city, we're really going to put ourselves in a pickle again. And I don't think that this is the right time to do this. We have budgets coming up where, we're going to be talking about all kinds of different things. We can massage a lot of numbers at budget. At this particular time, I don't think this is the right thing to do. Whether it's $4 million, $6 million, and the economic development and the money does not come back into this building. We've hosted Grey Cups and put up $1 million. We've put up a Tim Hortons for $250,000. Not one red penny or nickel comes back into this building, but it comes to the city. Every time we do an event that is a success, or even just an event, the reason we put money forward is so that people have another reason to stay in this city. They want to live here because there's the curling, hockey, there's the volleyball, there's all kinds of cultural and sporting events that go on because we as a city put those out there, raise the taxes to put things on the plate, put money in the coffers of the city so that we can come to volleyball and say, yeah, here's 50 grand. Golf, there's 250. Tim Hortons, there's 200. All of these things are part of how you build a city, and by cutting back and maybe making them scratch and scrimp and save, much like we're making Milton House go back into their own pockets, that's not what this city does. We need to just leave it alone, leave the 50 grand, and we can deal with it in next month when we start talking more about budget, I think, my opinion.
Thank you, Councillor Flagel. Councillor Bryce, you take the chair, please.
Mr. Mayor?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to support the 50,000. So I'm not going to support the amendment that's on the floor. And here's the reason why. We have already indicated to Executive Committee our support for that. I know things have changed. I understand that the actual composition of the event itself will change. To me, it's not material because that's just, we're going to get a major event here. I want to talk about the impact on the city, though. For me, that's the most important thing. We don't receive GST, PST. We don't receive the hotel tax. We don't receive any of that. What we will receive on the margins are people buying their lunch at Avraz Place somewhere. We may get some because we own the property there. But what we do get, which is intangible, is the showcasing of our city. If this is televised nationally, we will be shown our facilities across the country. And even if it isn't, we have people from all over the country coming to our city, and they will be wowed by what we have here. I don't think there's any doubt about that. When people come here the first time, they realize, hey, this is really great. Love the place, love the people that are here. Facility is well maintained. They want to come back again. So I know, though, that the $50,000 exceeds what we do for national championships. And I would urge that we be cautious in the future, that we not extend ourselves and go outside the policy parameters. But I think we sent a message already to the National Volleyball Organization that we're in. So I'm in. So I will not support the amendment, but I will support the main motion of $50,000 for 2019. To the administration, this is out of the 2019 budget. That's how I read this. Not on the next year, it's the year after. Yeah. What they're looking for is a commitment today so they can put this stuff forward. Yeah. So it's not even this coming budget year. It will be next year, which will be tough as well in 2019. So it's not this current year coming up. For those reasons, I just think we're on a roll in terms of what we achieve in terms of national championships, showcasing our cultural and sport events. I'm not prepared to step back now since we've gone down this road. Thank you.
Thank you.
Other speakers to the amendment? Councilor Berchand, do you want to close debate? You have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Worship. So I just want to be clear. When they forward at executive end tonight, I understood that there was 4, so 15, 16, 17, and 18. My question was, if they only got 2, which we indicated tonight there's only 2, they asked for $50,000 for the 4 teams, and now there's only 2, and they're still getting the full 50. Is that accurate?
John Wright?
Through your worship, yes it is. The original, when they bid, they were bidding to get all 4. Right. What they have received is notification that they have 2 or 75% of what they've actually asked for. So 30 courts. The economic impact, although it is 75%, the economic impact has not changed a lot from what we've been told. So it's still around $4.1 million. I believe the economic impact originally was around $4.5 million.
Okay. Thank you for that. So I guess, my thought was when they came forward, I understood that they were hosting 4 of the age groups. Now it's 2, and so that's why the amendment was put there. So I will, at this time, I think it's coming out of the 19 budget, even if it is, but we still have to be cautious with that. But I will withdraw the amendment.
Withdraw it? Okay. So we'll go back to the main motion as presented as 50,000. Any other speakers to this now? Councilor Bryce, you close debate? No other speakers? Close debate, 3 minutes.
Thank you. So the way this motion is written, it does say that on point 1 at the end, it says conditional upon the bid of the host being successful. So it was only 75% successful. So is this motion null because they weren't 100% successful?
Mr. Onright?
Through your worship, I don't believe so. They will still be successful in hosting a portion of the event, not the whole event. And we're not, what the recommendation is to host the event. It's not determined whether it's 50% or 25 or 75%.
Thank you for that. My feeling is unchanged. I feel we are only hosting 75% of what we originally said that we were going to support. So I feel that we should only put forward 75% of the $50,000. I think it's unfair to the taxpayers of Regina to still ask for the same amount when we're actually not getting exactly what we had bid on to start with. The delegation said their expenses have decreased because they're not hosting the 100% of the event. So I just feel, to be fair to everybody, I think it should go down to 75%. So I'm going to be voting against this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Price. You've closed debate, so there are no other speakers. I'll call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion is carried. Okay, well, we'll move on to our next delegate. You can ask for one. Do you have a motion? 10 minutes? Second by council. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. We'll come back at quarter to the hour. I'd like to call the meeting back to order, if I could, please. If I could have members of council please take their seats, and administration, please, so we can begin the meeting. So I know that members of council like to play with the buttons on the machine, so I know when they're speaking, so let's just try to keep it straight. Okay? Yes. I'm looking at you. It's okay. Okay, we'll begin our next discussion. This will be with Terry Sleva.
Try and get you as close as I can get you here. Okay, just put them on my lap. Okay. Do you want me to wait up here or just sit there?
Isn't there a button to do that?
I'm going to there. I'm going to take your scarf.
Sure.
Hello.
You can.
Sorry.
There's a button to I believe there's a way to lower the.
I'll lower my voice. Isn't it?
Your Worship, Regina City.
Is that as far as it goes?
Sorry.
It doesn't go down anymore.
I thought we had I thought we used to do that.
The wrong way would be.
Working.
Yeah, well, that
Excellent.
Was it's the same. That's good. So what should we do? I don't know.
You can stay if you like. That's fine. Okay.
Should I go over to the other one?
Hey, Ms. Sleva,
Same.
you're good there. The microphone's operational, and if you just introduce yourself for the record, you have, as you know, 5 minutes for your presentation, and there may be questions afterwards. I'd ask you speak to the amended brief that we talked about with the clerk's office. The floor is yours.
Thank you. I'm Terry Sleva, and with me is Heather Dawn Posklowski. Hope I said your name right.
Close enough.
I'm with Colonialism No More Group, which organized in January 2015. Had the date wrong, after Simon Ash Mogison's encounter with the Regina Police Service in December 2014. We went through several name changes before deciding upon CNM. I'm here to speak about the future police budget and the SDC building. My thoughts are, and I'm sure I'm not alone, in that the Regina RPS is able to ask for whatever they want and get it. I haven't been able to find documentation when the RPS requires more funding and what the criteria is. You will tell me that the Board of Police Commissioners oversees them, but you are responsible for approving the budget, not them. The RPS has the largest portion of the Regina City budget. It's odd when you couldn't dip into funds for social housing, but you were able to provide funding for the bus depot. Is it true that they want to spend $17 million out of the reserves? And I can't read that. Please do. to purchase the SDC building. That building was paid for by Saskatchewan taxpayers. And now we must pay for it again? This effectively ends any chance of SDC being restarted in the future. Is this how the city and the province work together for their residents? And also by keeping down poor people. We need to start redirecting a greater portion of the budget away from policing and into programming that lessens the need for policing. Police do not create a safer community. Police respond to crime, almost always after the crime has been committed. The types of responses they provide are well known in the Indigenous community, especially toward the youth. We will be watching the new budget with interest to see if there are other increases in the police portion of the budget. No matter how you spend this disbursement, it is not a saving. It is a huge expenditure for taxpayers' money. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation, Ms. Leva. I'll see if there's any questions from members of council from you. There are none. Thank you very much. You can return to the gallery, and we'll now consider the report. Thank you very much. So the report we have now is a CR 17-120. It's the purchase of the former Saskatchewan Transportation Company bus depot and head office. Councillor Brashani.
I bring forward CR 17-120. The purchase of the former Saskatchewan Transportation Company bus depot and head office.
Have a seconder for that, please. Councillor Hawkins.
The recommendations brought forward, number one, that the city manager or designate be authorized to negotiate and approve an agreement to purchase the former Saskatchewan Transportation Company STC bus depot and head office and parking lots for $16.25 million as part of a long-term affordable solution to address the Regina Police Service facility requirements. Number two, that the city clerk be authorized to execute the agreement after review and approval from the city solicitor. Number three, that this $37 million budget to allow for the purchase of the former STC building and parking lots to enable tenant improvements and site development to support the RPS facility requirements be approved and funded from the following sources. A, general reserve, the general fund reserve, $18.4 million, and the asset revitalization reserve of $18.6 million. That the executive director, number four, that the executive director, financial and corporate services or designate be authorized to initiate and award a public procurement process to engage consulting and professional services over $500,000 to support the creation of a complete facility solution for RPS.
Do we just speak to it further?
No.
Okay. Speakers to the report. Councillor Price, if you, okay, we have Councillor Stevens.
Thank you. Sorry, I had a bunch of notes and they disappeared. Thank you, to your worship. So just for the record, I did support moving ahead with the purchase of this building, and at the time in that conversation, I did lean towards seeing this building used for its initial purpose, which was a transportation facility. So I have some questions regarding the purpose of this purchase and kind of what it means for the future of the RPS and the facility itself. So just to be clear, we're going to add a new building to RPS. Is that correct? So this isn't going to replace the old building. This is actually going to add the buildings that are currently used by the Regina Police Service.
Mr. Lacey?
Yes, through you, Your Worship. This building will be a purchase of the building, so it adds to the city's facility complement. I think a piece of information I would like to add, however, is currently the city police are housed in a number of leased locations. And when this facility is purchased and renovated, that those leases will be vacated as they expire.
Thank you. And through you, Your Worship, at the executive meeting, I had asked what happens to those leases. I'd like to ask that again. So are we seeing cost savings? Are we going to end those leases, or is there another purpose for them?
Mr. Lacey?
My understanding, through Your Worship, there's 2 or 3 leases that we're referring to here. They have expiry dates over the next 2 to 3 years. With respect to, so at the end of their term, they will expire. But with respect to their possible use in that time period between the STC building being renovated and the expiration of those leases, I will refer to that question to Ms. Hargrove. Thank you.
Through you, Your Worship, the leases right now are being used solely for RPS, but there is an opportunity as city administration does some other renovations. We could potentially look at using those for some swing space or for some of our larger projects.
In the long term, how is this going to affect the overall cost of running the Regina Police Service? Are we going to see savings in terms of the capital budget and expenditure on RPS as a result of this purchase?
Mr. Lacey?
Through Your Worship, the anticipated additional operating costs of that facility we anticipate to be approximately $600,000 annually moving forward. The current costs that we expend on those leases that we had previously referred to are about $700,000. So over the longer term, 2 should net. Thanks.
Thank you. So these are my numbers from the corporate facilities master plan. If we look at excluding the RPS and the City Hall building, if we look at the master plan, if we look at the Tier 1 and Tier 2 anticipated expenses, the total here, and please correct me if I'm wrong here, is $27 million. So in other words, with the money that we're spending today and $10 million to spare, we could actually invest in dozens of Tier 1 and Tier 2 facilities. So I'm curious, if we expend this money from these 2 reserves almost down to nothing, what's our plan for replenishing them? And secondly, what are we not going to be able to do in the next year or 2 years in terms of investing in other capital assets?
Mr. Lacey?
Through you, Your Worship, with respect to the question regarding future infrastructure projects and the impact on those projects, the city has a 5-year capital plan, and every year that plan is reassessed with respect to upcoming projects and looking as well about what changes have occurred throughout the year, whether that be capital prioritization, the funding sources, and what may have occurred to those funding sources over the previous year. So with respect to the impact, the anticipated impact on the 2018 capital budget that will be deliberated by Council shortly, we're not anticipating little to no impact on the 2018 capital budget. Certainly as you look in out years, 2019 and further, I would reference back to my comments that it's quite typical that we would assess then in the upcoming year in 2019 capital priorities, what funding is available for those capital priorities. With the drawdown on reserves, certainly the opportunity to access reserves 2019 going forward, there would at least in the short to medium term be a reduction in the opportunity to access reserves.
Thank you. And the second question is, what is the plan to replenish these 2, I would argue, very critical reserves?
Yes. So, through Your Worship, the source, the reserve funding here is through the general reserve and the asset revitalization reserve. Funding or replenishment of those reserves is typically through the general operating fund, and any surpluses that might be occurred from year to year are typically allocated to those reserve balances. So as we move forward, we would look to making that a priority to allocate future surpluses to those reserves to replenish them.
Thank you.
Steve, you got about a minute to go.
Thank you. A question I had asked at executive, can we defer this to the 2018 budget decision? So can we wrap up this purchase of this building into 2018 conversation?
Mr. Lacey?
Through your worship, I will refer that question to Ms. Hargrove. I would make the comment, as my understanding, that acquisition of the STC building was through a competitive process. Through our bid submission, there were certain timelines that we had indicated that we would adhere to in acquiring that facility, and so I think there are some restrictions around that. But Ms. Hargrove, for more detail, thank you.
Ms. Hargrove?
Through you, Your Worship, Mr. Lacey is correct. There are some time constraints. We have 45 days from notice that we were successful in order to provide a non-refundable deposit for the purchase.
Finally, how does this weigh against dozens, arguably, of other capital priorities? So if we look at the Tier 1 and Tier 2 objectives, how does the RPS facility weigh against swimming pools, leisure centers, and so on?
Mr. Lacey?
Through your worship, back in 2015, the city undertook a review of its asset structure, its facility structure, and through that there was a development of a corporate facilities master plan. Within that plan, the facility needs of the Regina City Police Service was ranked as the highest priority. So the process that you referred to with respect to a set of criteria looking at the various capital facility needs throughout the city would have been facilitated through that report.
Time is up. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stevens. Councillor Murray.
Thank you, Your Worship. My question is to administration. Have we been successful in acquiring any amount of funding or anticipated funding from the federal government at all in our request or in our acquisition for the building through FCM or any other avenues? Have all those avenues been exhausted?
Mr. Lacey?
Through your worship, I don't believe that there's any funding available through third-party funding sources, but perhaps I will just confirm that with Ms. Hargrove.
Ms. Hargrove?
Through you, Your Worship, Mr. Lacey is correct. There is no avenue of federal or provincial funding at this time for justice-type facilities. We certainly will, through the planning of the RPS campus, look for opportunities such as perhaps a green initiative. So although it might not help us with the purchase, we'll look to see if there's any kind of retrofitting we could do that would qualify for some degree of a grant.
Thank you. I just want to make sure we've exhausted any efforts.
I can speak to that a bit, Councillor, if I might, just to add to this. I spoke with Minister Goodale about the potential purchase of this, and he mentioned while the federal government does not have resources for capital purchase, some renovations may be a possibility, and I would be pursuing that with him.
Glad to hear that. Order. Given the unique opportunity with that new building, we could probably retrofit some things in there to look at those kind of grants. My next, it's just a comment. The current headquarters was built in 1978. Only Councillor Hawkins was on council at that time, and we had a population of 149,000 people. So just to give some context of how much we've grown since that headquarters was built. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Murray. Councillor Bryce.
Thank you. I have a couple of questions because when somebody has called me about this, or a couple of people have called me about it, they've made the comment, and as has our delegation made, this building was already owned by the taxpayers, so why are we paying for it again? So I'll, through you, Mr. Mayor, give the administration a chance to respond to that.
It's a pretty open-ended question.
Yep.
Mr. Lacey, let's try that one.
Through your worship, so that facility is a provincially owned building. The decision with respect to how the province chose to dispose of that facility was a decision of the province. In their determination, they decided to dispose of the property through a competitive process whereby it was open to all proponents to submit proposals. So I would say that was a provincial decision, and so the opportunity for the city to take advantage of that opportunity with respect to meeting the city police's facility needs required us to follow that competitive process outlined by the province.
Thank you for that response. I have mixed feelings about this just because the bus service also was near and dear to my heart as well, but I also know it's a good opportunity for us. If we were to build what we needed, how much are we saving by having this building rather than building new? Through you, Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Lacey?
Through your worship, maybe I'll make some initial comments on this and then turn it over to Ms. Hargrove. So back in 2013, the city undertook a needs assessment of the city police's current and future facility needs, taken a 25 long-term view. As part of that assessment, there were a number of options that were explored. The outcome of that review, before this opportunity became available, we were essentially looking at a new build, which would have been, we believe, approximately $140 million, which would include the facility and the price of the land. So with acquisition of the former STC building, as well as the necessary renovations to repurpose it, coming in about $37 million, we anticipate that we will reduce future capital investment expenditures by almost $100 million. And maybe let's ask Ms. Hargrove at this time, anything to add at this time?
Ms. Hargrove?
Through you, Your Worship, my only comment would be that in the 2013 needs assessment, it identified the facility costs at about $100 million to construct. That did not contemplate any kind of land purchase or site development, and it was also using 2014 dollars. So the $140 million is more relevant to a full solution.
Thank you. So looking at the big picture here, I feel this is prudent for us to move forward on this. I think that if we're looking at saving as much money as been talked about, I think that we as the watchers of the tax dollar, how could we not do this? This is something that we have to do because as was mentioned, this was number one on our needs for our facilities. And here we have this opportunity to save all this money. Yes, it's heartbreaking in one part, but as I said, we're saving $100 million on the other part. So I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bryce. Councillor Hawkins.
Thank you, Your Worship. Councillor Bryce made the very points that I was interested in making. I'll just add this. The cancellation of the bus service has nothing to do with us. That was a decision made by the provincial government and not a decision made by this council.
Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. Councillor Massanelli.
Presentation so far. Am I correct in understanding in 2013 we had a needs assessment? We identified a $100 million facility needed plus the cost of land, and it was number one on the list? Is that correct?
Worship, yes.
How much money do we have set aside for that so far, if it would have been $140 million?
Mr. Lacey?
So through your worship, with that larger capital expenditure outlay, we were looking a number of years out. Back to the planning of the facility, previously the 5-year capital plan that was part of the 2017 budget. In fact, in the latter years, that 5-year plan $40 million. We would have been looking at spending within that 5-year plan. The 100 or 100 and so coming after that piece. And as I had mentioned previously, typically we have a 5-year plan. As we approach the upcoming year, we assess where we're at with respect to how we're going to fund the upcoming capital projects. And so while there had not been any specific funding source identified for the back end of that plan, certainly we would have had to look at various funding options, including use of reserves, possible debt in your contributions from the tax base and so forth.
So I guess what I'm getting at is we had 5 years to prepare for a $100 million building, and we're depleting our reserves to achieve it because we found a deal now. Would that be a good summation of what went on?
Mr. Lacey?
Through your worship, I would say that because of the unique opportunity the ST building presents, being directly across from the current headquarters of City Police, and the ability to have kind of a complete facility solution with the extension of that, with the purchase and extension of that overall complete facility piece, that yes, you could say that we're taking advantage of that opportunity, moving our ability to meet the police facility needs sooner than what I had anticipated, while saving, we believe, in the range of approximately $100 million in additional capital investment that would have been required in future years.
Well, I'm glad we have this opportunity before us because we needed it. We had new money saved to do what we needed to do that we've known for many years already. So I'm glad the opportunity came before us. I hope in the future we plan our money a little bit more diligently and have the money set aside properly so we don't have to deplete our reserves down to a negative amount almost. Thank you.
I'm for this, Bradley. Thank you, Councilor Massanelli. Mr. Flagel.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm in support of this, and yeah, it's unfortunate STC happened what it did, but it's provincial, as Councillor Hawkins said. I believe that when we look at long-term, I think if somebody put a new swimming pool beside the Wascana and we could get it for a quarter of the price, we'd probably jump all over that too and find resources. The question about, we've already paid for it as a taxpayer. I mean, we go through that all the time. Central Services with them, they buy government cars. 5 years later, they auction them off. They buy furniture. They buy buildings. They buy land. They have land. They've been selling land. And somebody, as a taxpayer, is paying for that land. So it's all part of the process that happens. But if we look at this whole thing as what we didn't have to spend, it's one thing. But what we're spending today so that we can have a facility by 19, roughly, is that about correct for retrofitting? That's going to take off 7 years from a new build. The police service would have just exploded internally with no room, no fits. We'd have been leasing another building because the way the system is going, there's more and more policing being needed. More and more programs are getting set up, but also more and more policing is being needed as well. So this is all good. There was talk about the appraisal, the high, low, whatever. But you know what? At the end of the day, if we'd have had to pay $20 million for this, it's still a steal. And I will say that. But my one question is, so it's been, 3 weeks? Any indication of the amount of money we're talking about renos to be true, close? Do we have any idea that, yes, it's going to be $17 million or 18 or 20? Have we got a more defined number that, you know what, no, we're down to 16 and a half? I don't know. Because sometimes you can get preliminary info.
Mr. Lacey?
Through your worship, the total budget is $37 million, of which $16.25 million is going towards the purchase of the actual facilities, and the remainder goes towards the repurposing of that facility, but as well as undertaking some renovations within the existing police headquarters with respect to achieving that overall facility complex.
The only reason I brought that up is because through the news media and all the other things that we were at, the discussion came about a lot of the offices, through you, Mr. Mayor, a lot of the offices wouldn't need to be touched because it's moving out STC, moving in police, putting a different name tag on it, and a lot of the offices, boardrooms, and everything were good. The only major thought, the only thing I heard mostly about retrofitting the old building and converting some of the garage space of the STC building to office, and then maybe putting a second floor. I don't know if I see $21 million in that, but again, I'm just wondering if we could be kept up to date from a council point of view and everybody to see where we could, are we getting close to that 20 million with, information would be good. I know the one thing that we are going to save money on is the water slide that the chief wanted. he said he's okay with not having it, so we're going to save some cash there. So I'm all in favor of this. I think it's an opportune time, so let's go forward.
Thank you, Councillor Flagel. Councillor O'Donnell.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I want to compliment our staff. They saw an opportunity, they acted upon the opportunity, and they won the opportunity. And so they engaged council all along the process. And here I stand with you and saying, well done. Thank you. This is the way to go.
Thank you, Councillor O'Donnell. Councillor Price, can you take the chair, please?
Mr. Mayor?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I am strongly in favor of this report. It is an opportunity that came as a surprise, a wonderful opportunity. We've heard some of the numbers we talked about. A new build could be as much as $140 million, including land. So we're saving about $100 million. Extremely important. But I want to clarify one point. And this question would be to the city manager. And this relates to the appraisal done by the province. Now, initially we heard from the province that they said $10 million. But in actual fact, the appraisal range is between 10 and 14 million. So I'd like to get on the record tonight for you, Madam Chair, to the city manager, a discussion of the appraisal, because we don't typically see appraisals in a public forum. So a chance to clarify.
Mr. Holden?
Through you, Madam Chairperson. So, yes, the province publicly announced that they had received an appraisal in the neighborhood of $10 million. Our staff obviously had conversations with the province. Their appraisals ranged from $10 million to $14.2 million. And our appraisal was 14.1. So the difference between the two appraisals was approximately 100,000. So again, we believe that the opportunity presented itself. We made it a competitive bid, and we're quite comfortable that we paid an appropriate market value for the facilities.
Thank you for that, Madam Chair. I just have some other quick comments here. The proposal looks at obviously building or buying the new building and renovating it to the standards that are required. That review has been done to the staff. Thank you very much for that. That goes into the overall value for tonight. But it's also to renovate the existing building, which is 40 years old. And anybody who's been in that building knows that even holding their evidence is really compromised in many cases. So it is a critical factor for us. This is an opportunity that we really have to take. When we look at the facilities master plan, the report speaks of this being of the highest priority. I think it's important to know this because this is not a political decision. This is actually the administration based on criteria we have set by previous councils. We evaluate what we need for our facilities, recreation and, in this case, policing, and come back with a set of criteria, evaluate through the screen, and give us your criteria. So it is not a subjective review. It is an objective, empirical review based on criteria that we accepted. Does this mean that we can't do other things in the future? It does not. Because it's not an either or. That's a fallacy of an argument. We can still do other things that come forward. But when we see a potential saving of $100 million, I think we have to act. We act because it is meant to happen, because the building's right there, the opportunity, the synergies are incredibly there. Would it be otherwise to build a brand new facility, a new headquarters? Wouldn't be happening in our lifetime on council. I don't think so. So for me, this is a pragmatic opportunity to seize an opportunity and actually address the most pressing infrastructure issue that we require for our facilities. This council, the administration, will be talking with our partners federally and provincially about support for other infrastructure projects as we go forward. We can retune, refocus our ask for infrastructure as it relates to recreation, as it relates to some other area that we want to look at. So, no, this is a good day for us. This is a good day for the city. It's a good day because we're seizing an opportunity that's there in front of us. And I ask members of council to please support this, send a strong message that when we determine that we have the highest priority that can be addressed today, given the cost benefit of a major build, we seize the opportunity today and we move forward on our other projects that are on that list as well. Thank you. Other speakers to the report. Councillor Young.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We've heard about the money that we're going to save. We've heard about the fact that it won't have an effect on the mill rate, and we've heard all of the other things about the building itself. But I'd like to talk a little bit about what happens in the building. There are services that are off campus now. They're in other parts of the city, and it will be consolidating those services. And one of the things that is really clear about the Regina Police Service is that only a % of their time is spent on criminal activity. A large % of their time is spent on community development and safety. And I can mention just a few. The school resource officers, community groups, cultural groups, they're working on truth and reconciliation. So a lot of their work is done out in the community with people and meeting with people. And this will allow the buildings renovations and changes to give them more space to do that kind of work all in that same campus. And so that's why that's one more reason why I think this is a really good thing to do.
Thank you, Councillor Young. Councillor Bandera.
Thank you, Worship. I'll be short about this. If this didn't happen, we wouldn't have been dealing with this. We'd have to deal with the other thing that you mentioned, Your Worship, is we wouldn't see a build in our, not just lifetime on the council, but in our lifetime. So this kind of opportunity doesn't happen very often. And so one question to the administration, with this purchase and once it's retrofitted and all fixed up, whatever, we won't be dealing with any kind of updates to the facilities for the police the next 20 years.
Mr. Lacey, you want to try that one?
Through your worship, I'm going to refer that question to Ms. Hargrove.
Ms. Hargrove.
Through you, Your Worship. You are correct, sir, in that we would not be anticipating any major renewal for an extended period of time. There will, of course, always be some regular asset management work that would happen, painting, those types of things that we would do at any one of our facilities.
Okay, so again, like I said, I do will be supporting this. Centralizing the services, having our police station is recognized at its space now, at its location. Putting it elsewhere, I mean, you have looking at travel different ways. So this is a perfect opportunity for us to make a good decision and to say to our taxpayers and to our children, we're saving a little bit of burden for them to go and to have to dig in a deeper pocket. So I'm all for this one. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Fundera. Other speakers to the report? I'll call the question. Do you want to close debate? Okay. Councillor Bresciani, press the button if you want to speak.
Thank you, Worship. Oh, I thought I didn't have to because I was close.
You have to.
Okay. Thank you. First of all, I want to say thank you to administration for doing a wonderful job in the time frame that we had. It was very, very tight. And to take an opportunity, and I see this as an opportunity, in a way that the building, number one, the location, but also it is in the area that we want it to be. And when we look at that, I think the biggest thing is, yes, it's $100 million that we're saving. That's great. I mean, on behalf of, the taxpayers of what we're saving, we can spend that money down the road. We'll have it because we're saving that. But I think the biggest thing, too, and I hope there is going to be somehow federal or provincial funding available somewhere in there as we move forward. The police just came a couple weeks ago and talked about parking. So the question I have is, will they be able to, when we take this over, will they be able to use those parking lots that are there now?
Ms. Hargrove?
Through you, Your Worship, certainly we would anticipate that the overall site design will come up with a solution to address some of the parking concerns within the heritage community.
Okay, so I know that we're going to be working on the building and it's going to be going, but those parking lots will be available to be accessed as soon as we take it over, that kind of thing. So is that accurate? Or?
Ms. Hargrove?
Through your worship, there are 2 parking lots in question. One would certainly be available in a very short time frame to be used for parking. The other one will take a longer view because of its location. It may be repurposed for something different in the site.
Okay.
We need to reserve that real estate for potential design.
Okay. So again, this is a 40-year-old building. It needs some work. Years ago, many years ago, I worked there for a very short time, and the building hasn't changed. When I went in for a tour, it really hadn't changed, but many more staff working there. Our city has grown immensely, and they've actually, I mean, they have nowhere to move, and you can see that when we had the tour. So I think I just want to say thank you to administration. I think this is an opportunity, and that we're taking advantage. And I think a key thing is that we already have a unique partnership right in there with the donut shop. It will work out great. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Shandy. You've closed debate, so there's no further discussion on the report. I'll call the question. All those in favor? Those opposed? Motion's carried. Move on to our next delegation. This is with the Servicing Agreement Fee Development Levy Policy. Stu Niebergall. Mr. Niebergall, for the record, once again, identify yourself, who you represent, and as you know, 5 minutes for your presentation.
Again, I'm Stu Niebergall with the Regina and Region Home Builders Association. I would like to begin with a thank you to Diana Hallrick and her team in City Planning and Development for their consultation on the industrial barriers, research, and service agreement policy. The information they provided and the consultation was helpful in gaining an understanding, and it is why we are generally supportive of the recommendations today. To create and reduce industrial greenfield SAF rate, that is 1/3 the citywide greenfield SAF rate, allow greater flexibility within the policy to allow exemptions for certain components of the rate in order to consider different servicing standards like water, wastewater, and the recommended 2018 greenfield SAF rate of $442,000 a hectare. It is very important that the City of Regina be competitive industrial land if the City of Regina is going to attract the type of investment that will create significant employment centers. At the same time, we feel the recommendation does provide a balance to protect the long-term interests of the city. We also believe the proposed rate structure does align with the OCP and continued alignment to continue the development of complete communities that will bring in employment into the neighborhoods to support residential investment. The 2018 rate is an increase of 12.2% on 235K lands and 6.7% on 300K lands. Fortunately, the 2018 rate recommendation is 1.9 reduction from the original proposed blended rate of $450,000 a hectare. It should also be understood that the more accurate project costing in the model generates an SAF rate of $427,000 a hectare, or 3.4% less than what is being proposed. It is the capturing of this reduction in industrial SAF rate by the residential and commercial end user that make difference between $427,000 and $442,000 a hectare. This minor reduction is very important at this moment in the new housing sector, as it is struggling to adjust to a slower economy, changes to the qualifying clients for mortgages, cost increases from interest rates, land costs, softwood lumber, and the full impact of the PST changes on our industry. Economic Development Regina describes Regina as a city where you are free to be whoever you want to be, where you can be inspired to pursue the dreams and to find success in every aspect of your life. A significant component in achieving this attribute has been the growth of our city over the last decade. We are now at a point where we can no longer take growth in our community and in our sector can no longer be taken for granted. We require policy development that encourages smarter growth policies in a transparent manner and continued investment in our great city, all stakeholders. I conclude by stating the RHABA supports the recommendation of the City Administration and hope this item will receive Council support. you can take any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Niebergall, for your presentation. Other questions of the delegation? Pretty clear in what you said.
Great.
Good, thank you very much. If I could have a motion to accept CP 28 from Bob Lindner and Murad Al-Khatib. Okay, and I do know that Mr. Lindner is actually available to answer questions, so while he doesn't want to be a delegation, he can certainly speak if there's a desire to have questions of him. Please state your case. Mr. Lindner, you're off the hook. So I have a mover and now in the seconder for the communication. Okay, Councillor Young. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Councillor Bryce, you have the honor of that report, which is on the Industrial Development Servicing Agreement and Development Levy Policy. Councillor Bryce.
Okay, there we go. So this is CR 17-121 as stated. It's the Industrial Development Servicing Agreement Fee Development Levy Policy. The recommendations are as followed. First one was amended. It is that the administration and calculation of servicing agreement fee and development levy policy attached as Appendix A of this report be in effect immediately upon approval from City Council. Number two, that the city solicitor be directed to prepare the necessary bylaw to amend the development levy bylaw in accordance with the approval or the approved administration and calculation of servicing agreement fee and development levy policy, and that the approved administration of servicing agreement and development levy agreement policy. Boy, that's a mouthful. Number three, that the 2018 servicing agreement fee rate be set at $442,000 per hectare, itemized as follow, be effective January 1st, 2018, and that's in the chart below. And number four, that the item CM 15-14 be removed from the outstanding list for City Council.
Seconder for that, please. Councillor Hawkins. And speakers to the report. You want to continue on?
I'm good.
Okay. Speakers to the report. Councillor Flagel.
Thank you. I will stand here. Sorry, I was doing. Oh, I'm not. This is. Which one are you talking?
We're on report 121, the City Industrial Development Servicing Agreement and Development Levy report.
Volleyball.
121.
Why am I doing that?
Yeah, mine's messing up too.
Your iPad acting up on you?
Yeah.
Cruel. Well, while you're trying to, is there any other speakers?
I didn't ask to speak.
You didn't ask to speak.
No. I thought you were telling me to do the report, and I'm thinking, why am I doing? Sorry.
Okay, Councillor Stevens, you're on.
Great, thank you. I believe I actually pushed the button here.
The other button was on too, though, so it's my machine's acting funny here. So, Councillor Stevens, the floor is yours.
All right, thank you. For starters, thank you, Diana, for spending the time this afternoon to explain it to me. I'm almost there. And for the Made for Councillors animated series of SAFs. It was brilliant. So for starters and for clarification, what is the current SAF fee for residential, and what are we changing? So in this report, we see the change, but what's it currently set at?
Ms. Howlack?
Through your worship, the exact value, well, going forward, it was supposed to be $451 for 2018. So what we're doing is, what we're requesting is it be $442,000 per hectare, and that would be for the residential, for new development.
Great, thank you. And the industrial will be set at a third, so it's roughly $120,000. Is that correct?
It's approximately $147,333.
All right, thank you.
Approximately.
In the report, the survey of national standards suggests that the average is $200,000. Please correct me if I'm wrong. Of industrial SAF fees.
Through your worship, I will ask Ms. Lubner to talk about the research that we've done.
Through your worship, yes, our research based on about 30 Canadian municipalities suggests that the average industrial levy is approximately $240,000 per hectare.
Great, thank you. If we assume that's the market, why are we going well below the market rate?
Through your worship. So servicing agreement fees is based on the growth projects that are required for the city that's implementing them. The Act is very specific that we can only charge the fees for those growth-related projects, and the Act is very specific. So in our case, we have our model, and we've come up with our list of projects to achieve our growth plan over the 25-year horizon, and so that's why ours is where it's at. Obviously, there could be different things for us. It's really about, when we did the research, it's really about, for the industrial rate, about the capacity, and that's what we're looking on. What's the draw from our capacity, from our infrastructure systems that industrial development is going to take? And that's why we've concluded that about a 1/3 rate of the residential would be a fair rate on average.
So I have a follow-up question to you, Your Worship, about that. But for the moment, if we think about the market, we're comparing ourselves to the RM of Sherwood, correct? And that's set at, please again correct me, about $64,000 a hectare. Mm-hmm. We're still far away from that. So there has to be some advantage to being within the city of Regina. And that comes with a premium. What is the advantage of being in the city versus RM?
Charlotte?
Through Your Worship, there's many advantages. I think the biggest one is that when you come into the city, the services that we can offer and the capacity that we have in our system. So obviously we just had a report on Buffalo Pound, so we're owner in that. So from a water perspective, we have more surety on long-term water needs. So as companies grow, they want to have that surety that they're always going to have that access to that water. Obviously wastewater is a big thing, and then the employment base. So the thing with different municipalities, they offer different infrastructure to meet that specific industrial need. So the industrial users that would be going to the RM would be a lot different than the industrial users that would be coming to the city of Regina.
Right, fair enough. Thank you. Part of the logic also is that this is supposed to be cost neutral. So we recover the cost of development, and it plays into that logic of growth paying for growth. However, we've seen the industry suggest here that it's sensitive to the market, but I'm not seeing that connection. Is the cost of growth, in other words, is the cost of infrastructure going down? So if we're decreasing this must suggest that the cost of maintaining infrastructure in terms of residential development is decreasing. Is that correct?
Through Your Worship, it's not about maintaining, it's about building new. And so it's to accommodate our growth. So as the market shifts, if there's less development, we'll collect less fees. But in the end of the day, we have in order to achieve our OCP, we would need all of that infrastructure that we've identified to be able to accommodate our 300+ thousand population.
Thank you. Again, but specifically, is the cost of that infrastructure changing based on the market?
Through you, Your Worship. It really depends. We were able to reduce the fees, as the report has indicated, because we received new information regarding our infrastructure requirements. So that's why we review our projects lists on a yearly basis. And then as we get new information from master plan studies and different information, we'll adjust accordingly the rate. And that's why the rate comes back on a yearly basis for approval.
Great, thank you. Now, the other logic here is that this would solicit more interest in industrial growth within the city limits. I need some convincing. So I understand the modeling, and that was actually quite useful, but I'm curious, are we now going to see a rush? Are there those developers who just have refused, and now we're going to see an industrial boom? And to that point, I mean, we approved the Chuka Creek concept plan, so there's obviously already an interest in the status quo. Why would we change when developers already want to develop within the city limits?
Councillor Stevens, you're pretty close to the end of your time.
Through you, Your Worship. I think as the correspondence that was provided by the Chuka Creek Business Park, this was actually a requirement for them to move forward, is to look at that and to also have the ability to look at different servicing requirements, and that's why the policy is put in there. There is only a market for so much industrial absorption. I think, though, from what we've seen from our industrial developers over the last 10 years, we've seen very little industrial development. We had our industrial that slowly it's built out. It was all sold But I think the feeling is as the market turns, we want to be ready for that development. And I think this is one barrier that was very clearly identified from not only the industrial developers, but the residential developers. And I think from what Mr. Niebergel said and in the correspondence, there's a willingness for the residential developers to go from, because if we just did the rate, their rate would be $427, but they're willing to pay the $442 because they see the benefit of incentivizing and trying to get more industrial development to the city of Regina.
Thank you. So,
thank you, Councillor Stevens. Other speakers? Okay, if there's none, I'm going to call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. On to communication from Pat Paschek, which is the Sherwood Cooperative Association Limited to discuss use for a car wash and Capitol Crossing. A motion to receive that. Councillor O'Donnell, a seconder, please. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. To the report itself, this is a discretionary use application for a convenience store and car wash on Capitol Crossing. Councillor O'Donnell.
Can I have a seconder and I'll speak to this?
Seconder, please. Okay. Councillor Messinelli.
So what have we seen in the last while is not just this one, but a number of co-op gas bars come forward. And this is probably, and I'm going to let Councillor Flegel probably articulate this better than I, but as a result of opening up Argyle and having more access into the area, Hawkstone and adjacent, now there is place for some of this commercial development. This is needed in the area. I thought it was really telling when Mr. Maschuk was before Planning Commission that his prediction was that this will be the greatest volume dealer in oil, gas, in the city of Regina. And good for the North End, by the way. And aside from that, Co-op has 7 service stations, of which 6 are in the top 10, hence why they're investing in Regina. No issue with this.
Okay, thank you, Councillor O'Donnell. Other speakers to it? Councillor Flegel.
Thanks. Yes. Yes. This is number 2 building of many to come, and we did a care home last month, Co-op gas bar this time, and I think this is number 10 for them in the city, if I'm not mistaken, because I think that was what he was talking about. But yeah, he's right. And yes, opening up Argyle Street had almost 0 complaints because this is Ward 10. And I've had a couple. I've had to deal with a couple, and I'm dealing with one more probably tomorrow. And it's just a matter of fine-tuning Argyle Street North a little bit. And once we do this, this is just going to be another thing that's going to bring this whole area of 75 acres of commercial land much needed to the city. And I know the developers working with a lot of the retail merchants. Retail, in his words, have been a little bit tight and slow. But this gas bar is going to help the residents. There isn't one for a little while. Superstore has one. This will be a full convenience gas bar, car wash. And the residents had very little to no concern regarding even the noise levels because Co-op is doing their due diligence whenever they put them in. I know the one on South Albert, it's right up against Whitmore Park, and I don't think there's any issues unless I haven't heard from Councillor Young about it. So I'm all for this and bring on the next thing. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Flegel. Other speakers? Call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. We have the Community Protective Service Committee, Saskatchewan Institute, Indian Institute of Technology, UPass program. Councillor Flegel. Report 123.
Thank you. CR 17-123, yes, Saskatchewan Indian Institute of Technology, UPass program. The City Council delegated authority, if I could have someone second that.
Second that, please. Second. Okay. Councillor Murray.
City Council is the delegate authority to Executive Director of Finance and Corporate Services to negotiate and approve a contract with the Saskatchewan Indian Institute of Technology for UPass programs during a 3-year, as detailed in this report. Basically, the delegation came forward and was, again, they're ready for this. They have, it's right on the lines, it's right there. We don't have to do much. If Councillor Hawkins, if you asked a few questions about it too, to make sure, and this guy was pumped about it, and they watched 50 to 70, 80 people get off the bus and walk right into their 3 locations I think they have, and it's been good. So this is just another thing that we can provide a service to, get a few more users out there. Maybe at some point we can re-get numbers in total usage, because it's been about 13% usage in the city. Maybe at some point it'll creep up, and the more people that use them, the more it's going to be better for everybody in the city, and we can maybe reduce the footprint of the vehicles on the road. So another helpful tool that the city's providing, and the UPass. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Flagel. Other speakers to the report. Question to the administration. This is revenue neutral to the city. Mr. Onright?
Through your worship, can you repeat that, please?
This is revenue neutral to the city, and much the same as the UPass for the University of Regina is?
That is correct. So the city will receive, I believe it's $17,000 a semester, and in exchange for that, they will issue passes to all the students.
Good. Thank you very much. No other speakers? I'll call the question. All those in favor? Oh. Okay. Councillor Bryce, got to be faster.
Thank you. I know when we looked at the UPass originally for the U of R, we had comments about it raising student fees. So will they be raising student fees in order to take care of the cost of this that we're getting from them, $17,000? Through your worship?
Mr. Onright?
Through your worship, no, I believe the Saskatchewan Indian Institute is covering those fees. I'm going to ask Mr. Bell to comment.
Mr. Wells.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, that is correct. The administration is looking after the fees for their students. There's 140 students roughly eligible this year.
Okay, thank you. I'm glad to hear that.
Thank you, Councillor Bryce. No other speakers? All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. And we have another Community Protective Service report on the appointment of pest control officers.
CR17, I was in support of it, CR17-124, and that the appointment of the following people as pest control officers under the Pest Control Act, quotations Act, from January 1, 2018 until December 31st, 2018, unless the officers employed within the city is terminated sooner. And there's 4 names: Russell Irick, Brian Johnston, Corey Doka, and Caitlin Wilner. And that within 14 days of City Council passing the amendment to the bylaw 2000, clerk to notify the Ministry of Agriculture the appointment of the pest control officers.
Seconder for that, please.
Concurrence.
Councillor Findera.
Concurrence on the floor.
Okay. Any discussion on the report? All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. We now have bylaws. Councillor Bryce.
Thank you. I move, seconded by Councillor Murray, that bylaws number 2017-41 and 46 be introduced and read a first time.
All those in favor? Opposed? It's carried.
I move, seconded by Councillor Bresciani, that bylaws 2017-41 and 46 be read a second time.
Any discussion?
As amended.
All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried.
I move, seconded by Councillor O'Donnell, that Council hereby consents to bylaws 2017-41 and 46 going to third reading at this meeting.
All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried unanimously.
I move, seconded by Councillor Findera, that bylaws 2017-41 and 46 be read a third time.
All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. We'll move to executive committee reports. Councillor Bryce, this is the Warehouse District Board of Directors appointments. Councillor Bresciani.
Okay, so it is CR 17-125-125.
Yes.
And the appointments to the Regina Warehouse Business Improvement District Board.
Okay.
Do you have some?
I'll second. You second it? Seconded by Councillor O'Donnell. Okay.
The recommendation before you is that number 1, that the following be appointed as citizen members of Regina Warehouse Business Improvement District for the term of January 1st, 2018 to December 31st, 2020. Krista Bobo, Mark Kowalik, Fred Mell, Catherine Melanchuk, Tracy Reed. Number 2, that members continue to hold office for the term indicated or until successors are appointed.
Any discussion on the report? Councillor Brashani, do you want to continue to speak on it? No. Okay, I'll call the question on the report. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. We'll move on to the next report, which is appointment to the Board of Directors of the Regina Downtown Bid. Councillor Brashani.
Regina Downtown Bid. One, that the following persons who are elector of the city are employed in the district be appointed to the Board of Directors for Regina Downtown Bid for the following terms. January 1st, 2018 to December 31st, 2018. Alexandra Hussey, Michael McNaughton, and Mitch Molnar. January 1st, 2018 to December 31st, 2019. Mary Lynn Charlton and James Kaplan. January 1st, 2018 to December 31st, 2020, Jerry Fisher, Charlene Gavel, Doug Kozlowski, Anna Gardikotis.
Seconder for that, please. Councillor Murray. Discussion on the report. All those in favor? Opposed? And the 18 council and meeting schedule. Councillor Brashani.
Thank you. I bring CR 17-127, the 2018 Council and Committee meetings schedule. The recommendation that the 2018 meeting calendar for City Council and the following main committees as outlined in Appendix A be approved. Do you want me to amend?
No, we don't have to go through all that.
Okay. Good. Thank you.
Seconder for that, please. Seconder. Councillor Fundura. Mr. Clerk, you have an addition to an amendment to the schedule. You want to go through that for us, please?
Thank you, Your Worship. Yes, in discussions with the City Manager, they're having discussions about consideration of the 2018 Civic Capital and Operating Budget. And in discussions with the City Manager, he's indicated that administration is proposing to have that discussion held on the floor of City Council on Tuesday, February 27th, 2018 at 5:30. So pending Council's concurrence, if someone wished to make that motion, we would have that officially inserted onto the 2018 calendar.
This as an amendment. Councillor Young moves it. Seconder for that, please. Councillor O'Donnell. Discussion on the amendment. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Discussion on the report as amended. Councillor Hawkins.
Thank you, Your Worship. I would like to move an amendment to the report. The motion is that the meeting time for Executive Committee be changed from 11:45 a.m. to 5:30 p.m. on Wednesdays as outlined in Appendix A. And if I can get a seconder, I'll speak to it.
Councillor Murray moves on that, okay. You want to speak to it?
Thank you. I'd like to just briefly explain the reasoning behind this. Currently, we meet at 11:45. In fact, earlier, it has breaking up both the morning and the afternoon, which is particularly onerous for councillors who are employed or who otherwise have a fixed schedule during the day. This would avoid breaking up the whole day and placing the Executive Committee at the same time as the City Council meetings. There were a couple of comments made with respect to this. One was concerned about access to the public. We have access to the public for our City Council meetings, so that by moving this to 5:30, we would preserve that access. There was a concern expressed about staffing, and I'd like to ask the City Manager if this change would present an obstacle to staffing.
Mr. Holden.
Through you, Your Worship. Obviously, as administration, we're at the will of council, so whatever your schedule is for meetings, obviously we'll accommodate that. We're encouraging work-life balance. Having a meeting that occurs at 5:30, we do have some in-scope staff that attend to support the conversations with council, so we may incur some slight additional overtime costs. But as I say, it's council's decision, and we'll make our staff available to support you as needed.
I appreciate the City Manager's cooperation with that. And finally, there was a concern that meetings might run on too long. I'm confident that they won't run on longer than city meetings. So with that, I think that this move would facilitate work-life balance for councillors as well, and that it would be a useful change in time. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. There are other speakers to this. Councillor Murray.
Thank you, Your Worship. I speak in support of this amendment, almost explicitly for accessibility for the public to be able to get here. Most people work during the day on a Wednesday, so being able to come after work to speak on an item that you view as an importance in public executive, I think is extremely important. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Murray. Councillor Flagel.
Thanks. I don't support this because a couple of reasons. And the first one is there was made reference to people having full-time or working and it interfering with their work. Well, if you go to 5 o'clock, it interferes with my work from till 10 o'clock at night. So we're fighting one to start the other, getting one, giving one, and some people have regular jobs at 8 to 5. My other world is not 8 to 5. My other world is noon or 1 o'clock till 10 o'clock at night. So I would suggest, my suggestion on this, contrary to the amendment, is start them at 10 o'clock in the morning, do the private session in the morning, noon-ish, start the public session. Some of the people want to get here at noon to delegate and talk about what they need to talk about. A lot of times we don't have a long list of delegates for executive committee. We have maybe 2 or 3. We learn to schedule that, put it in there. Actually, there's a third thing. I like the answer the city manager gave us, politically correct in a lot of ways, but yet protecting his staff. And I totally get that because I don't believe we have a system set up right now that if we need something, we can go to the support staff because they're in the building today. To have them sitting here at 7 o'clock and 8 o'clock at night, just because I need an answer, I think that's a waste of resources. You want to talk about cutting costs? We're adding cost. The other thing about this is that I lost my train of thought here, but with the staff, you have everybody in place now. You have them here at noon, you have them here at 2 o'clock, and in terms of timeline, it was about a month or a month and a half ago, we had an executive meeting that we didn't walk out of here until 5:15. That is 5.5 hours. From 5:30 to 5.5 hours is 11 o'clock. So we have to be cognizant of that we do have long executive. We just had one. I think it was a month and a half ago, or whenever it was, the last exec meeting, 2 exec meetings ago. We sat here and it was after 5 o'clock before any of us got out of here. You want to talk about killing a day? I'd say start it at 10 o'clock in the morning or leave it alone because this is where it's been. We did change the committees, but the other committees are always the short ones. Executive and council are the 2 longer ones. And if we started at 5:30, we might as well go back to the 18 meetings we used to have per committee, which then shortened them. But we had more of them. So what do we want to do? That's maybe a discussion we should have as well, as we just finished approving the 2018 calendar. But we used to have 18 council meetings, 18 exec, planning, works, finance, everything. But the meetings were hour and a half. Exec was maybe an hour and a half. I want to do that. I'd go for that as well. So maybe that's something to look at. But I can't support 5:30.
Thank you, Councillor Flagel. Councillor Fundura.
Thank you, Worship. To me, I mean, like Councillor Flagel said, it's my business as well too. I work 7 days a week, different days. Have we considered to look at do everything in one day? So the question would be to do all of our business, council, executive in one day. Just a question.
I don't know if anybody's thought about that before.
Everybody's like looking at me, what are you talking about? You crazy?
Yeah.
So it's just a
Maybe
thought.
some procedural issues related to notice from executive to council. So
You have your lunch and then you go again.
Yeah,
But to you, so I'll leave that just to ponder about it. I'm okay with whichever we go. 5:30 is good for me. 5:30 is not good for me. 11:30 is not good for me. So nothing's good for me. But I'm okay with whatever we do. So for being full-time employed, it's difficult, right? So, but we make time. We do make the sacrifice to make time for all these things. But like I said, if we go 5:30, it doesn't work for you. Doesn't work for so and so. So for me, either way it works. We have to make time. That's what we are here for. We elected to do that. So thank you.
Okay, Councilor Bresciani, you're next.
Thank you, Worship, as I'm yawning. It's 10 o'clock, and either one works for me. But I will say that I agree with Councillor Hawkins and Councillor Murray that this is really for public as well to be able to be here. Yes, it makes our time easier, and yes, there's going to be some extra costs, but we as a council have talked over and over about our engagement with the public, and if they can't even come to attend, they have to take work off, likely they're not going to come. So, I would be leaning for sure to going later, 5:30, and then at least people have a chance to come out and speak, if they can. So, thank you. That's my thought.
Thank you for that. Next speaker is Councilor Bryce.
Thank you. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, because it is getting late. Is there not days that our executive runs into another meeting sometimes? Or am I thinking about it different? What's that?
Changed it.
We changed it. Okay, that's obviously not an issue then. It is getting late.
Thank you, Councilor Bryce. Are there speakers to the amendment? Councilor Young.
Thank you, Your Worship. I have a question. Why 5:30 and not 4? Because people who want to come could come later in the program.
Councilor Hawkins.
The reason 5:30 was chosen are two. One, because it matches the council's time. Two, because we often have a meal before the meeting at 4 o'clock. It's just not a good idea to eat supper at 4 o'clock or 3:30. So those are the only reasons.
Councilor Young. Continue on. Okay. Councilor O'Donnell.
Thanks. To Councillor Hawkins, was there a discussion about this as executive? Because I wasn't there. So was this part of is this an extension of that discussion, or is this new? If I could, please.
Councillor Hawkins.
It was raised.
Okay, so there was some discussion. When I gave some thought to before about this, really, if you want to set the time, I can be there. And so I'm fine in that regard. It doesn't impact me one way or the other. But I am concerned a little bit about maybe the ramifications and what this actually means. To me, this is a little bit about a discussion about being a part-time counselor and what's involved and how that plays out. I'm probably a little bit edgy right now about the notion of saying to staff, not the folks that are here, but to so many other staff about, maybe an evening. What John was trying to say in terms of the one-day thing was he was referring to what goes on in Saskatoon. And Saskatoon does its committee meetings, and they have some other terminology, but their executive meeting all on a Monday, 9 in the morning and in the evening. And I think, if I remember correctly, then they do their council meeting at another day, but it's Monday. You just say, Monday's our day. Now, my understanding, and I haven't investigated this, is that it's worked fairly well. And so, quite honestly, when it comes to time and so on, I prefer no decision today. The reason for that is I'd like to come to grips with a few things. What it means to be a part-time counselor in this day and age. When you're retired, it doesn't mean a whole lot. But if you have this job and how we fit this in, I don't want to start picking between, well, it's good for him, not good for him, it's good for her, not good. No, I think we have to have an overall look at this. And so that to me is a kind of one of those philosophical discussions a little bit. And I think I need to have some better understanding as to what it would impact with staff, time in particular, dollars obviously, and I like the notion of work-life balance, that old one team and all that kind of stuff we've talked about. I think we have to weigh that a little bit. So again, I'm pushing back on this, and to the point that I've also tried to make before and with you, what does it mean to be a part-time counselor, duties, times, and all that kind of stuff. I think we have to assess that a little bit. And if you ever get to the point where you actually want to talk about the salary, I'm interested in that as well. Thanks.
Any other speakers? Councillor Bryce, you want to take the floor?
Mr. Mayor?
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is, we're probably the same place we were at Executive Committee when we talked about this. We have no consensus by any means. I think, from my perspective, the most important issue for us is twofold. Is to ensure that whatever time we choose, is best suited for public engagement. That to me is number one. The second one is that we're not overseeing our administration. And yes, the people who provide support for us are the ELT are not paid by the hour. It's part of the salary structure. But work-life balance is important. I don't buy for a minute, though, this is about part-time or full-time council, because we have many people around this council who are full-time employees. Councillor Flagel, you're one of them. And your times are very different than Councillor Frontier, yours as well. So I don't buy that discussion of a larger one. We can talk about how we organized our committee structure independent of that discussion. And Lord be as we're talking about, let's change our salaries. In a budget we're talking about now, that would be not a very good idea. I think we just need to tone this down and talk about what works for us. If it engenders a wider discussion about how we organize our committee structure, it has nothing to do with part-time, full-time. It has to do with what works for the council today, many of who are actually employees. They work outside. That's a key to this. So I'm not leaning either way. What I do want to see is some kind of a consensus about how we go forward, because we have other committees that have to be meeting here and have to go forward. So I would support having a longer-term discussion about how we organize our committees to be more effective, given our various concerns. But that'd be as far as it wants to go in terms of whether we're a full or part-time council or salary level, which is pie in the sky for me. I think it's not practical. So I guess I'm not giving much direction other than let's think about how we can actually serve our community better by having them in front of us more easily. So, Councillor Bresciani, you can close debate if you'd like. I believe you introduced the report. So, any other speakers? I think they've all. You have a motion that we can deal with. Yes.
I moved an amendment. I think we have to do the amendment.
That's right. Sorry. Yes. Getting late.
I'll be very brief. I think it's worthwhile trying this out.
Okay.
I do think it matters generally for people who want to serve on council if they be able to do so. By and large, I think if you take a whole day for an executive committee meeting because you divide it up across the noon hour, I think that's problematic. So I think this is a worthwhile experiment. I think we should try it out.
Okay. So we know the motion before us. The executive committee would begin at 5:30 on Wednesday. That's the time change. You've closed debate on the amendment. Okay. Question on the report. All those in favor? Those opposed? Motion is defeated. So unless we have a motion, otherwise we will take it as written, which is we continue on at the same time.
Can I make an undertaking that we have?
Have you spoken to the main report yet?
Main report?
Yeah, because we had an amendment. I believe you did, actually, didn't you?
No, I spoke to the amendment.
Okay. Okay.
I'll speak to the main report or subsequently to this defeated motion.
No, you're on the main motion.
Yeah, I'm on the main motion, but I want to make a point about this, all the different committees in the calendar. Have we ever looked back at going back to 18 Is it better from an administrative point of view to have 18 council, community, executive, like we used to, or 14, so that we don't get into a 5.5-hour council meeting? We have a reasonable idea sometimes when the agendas are going to be thick. We know when executive is going to be 5 hours. Is there a way that we could, at a month prior, sort of say, hey, in November, we're going to have 2 executive meetings and we're going to have 2 council meetings, instead of us being here till 20 after 10 and still not done? And the same thing with running an exec meeting till 5:15. Is that possible?
Mr. City Manager.
Through you, Your Worship. Obviously, adjustments to committee calendars and council calendars and meeting times. Every time this comes up, we always struggle collectively. Even the appendix to this report, Appendix C, shows our 2016 and 2017 City Council meeting dates and ending times. And other than the occasional meeting, we're usually wrapping up by 8 o'clock, 7 o'clock, 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock. There's a few that go late.
Sure.
So I think, in this calendar, we've actually added 2 additional council meetings that are tentative, that we'll take advantage of if we have enough business to fill those. Aside from that, it may make sense for the clerk's office to take away a bit of a review, just to look at other models. Saskatoon's been mentioned here this evening. We could take a look at some other municipalities and just bring a conversation back as to options for consideration by council into the future.
Yeah. Okay, good. Thank you. Through City Council and Executive Committee, those are the two kickers. So if there's a way that we can add an exec meeting, sort of I'm talking like 2-3 weeks of a whim. We know a month ahead of time, most times when a large agenda is coming forward. The other thing is, and referring to Councillor Hawkins' thing, he's requested, or somebody has requested, that we discuss the appointments that we take on as council. Maybe this is a good time to have that discussion with this in there as well, and maybe hammer something out and come back and vote on something. But I'm okay with this for now, but I do believe that the City Council and Exec, we need to add a meeting here and there at the call of even Exec or at Council. So I'm good with the way it sits for now, but I do believe that a couple extra meetings wouldn't hurt us.
Thank you, Councillor Flagel. Councillor Murray.
Worship, when would this discussion or this report come forward for a time frame?
Mr. City Manager.
Through Your Worship, as I look over to the City Clerk, him and his staff will be the one that are doing the research and doing the report, so I'd actually defer to him in terms of a time frame.
Mr. Clerk.
Through Your Worship, to Councillor Murray's question, I need some time. I need to review what Saskatoon does. For those of you who aren't familiar with it, they have 5 main committees. 2 meet on the first Monday of the month, 2 meet on the second Monday of the month. The third Monday of the month is their executive committee, or whatever they call it, and the fourth is council. So as Councillor O'Donnell described it, their Mondays are full days committed. Having said that, I can look at other models. To Councillor Flagel's comments about extra meetings, that's why we have inserted the 2 additional council meetings as we did last year. One worked out for budget in April when it was budget 2.0. We're going to do that again this year. The biggest reason for historical purposes that some new members may not remember or know, there were more meetings of council, and they were kind of on the 3-week schedule. But at the time, we also didn't provide the extra week or 10 days between executive and council, and we were, I think, duly criticized by the public for not having enough lead time between a private exec going something right to council. So that's where the monthly meetings have come in. But we're open to any suggestions and any revisions that we can make to facilitate better meeting times for you. So I would ask not till the second quarter of next year, if possible.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Murray. Other speakers on the report? Councilor Bryce, can you take the chair again, please?
Mr. Mayor?
I don't know if there's a motion, if this is an undertaking or a formal referral motion, but I think we should have some formality to this, and if it's an undertaking, it's fine. I agree with that. I'll just make a couple of comments on this referral or undertaking. I think part of the problem we're running into is that we have, over the past 2 terms or 3 terms, began to funnel a lot of discussion through executive and pull them away from our other committees. And I think that we should be reviewing what goes to executive and what can be delegated to committees, because we have other committees that don't meet, that only meet for an hour, with the exception of Planning Commission, which is separate from the process. The other ones, the Community Protective Services, Public Works, we have a lot of reports that are going to executive that could go to them. That would empower the chair, the committees to do more work. It would lessen the load of executive committee. So the delegation of authority should be looked at where it goes. And this is quite a while. I know that we got into, in previous councils, big discussions on major projects that crossed over committees, so it goes to executive. It doesn't have to be that way. It can still be at a committee and come back to council to executive. So as part of the undertaking, I would ask the administration to look at the workload between and among our committees. That I think is really important to do. I agree it takes time to do this, and I would look to the clerk to say when he could do that. Saskatoon is instructive, but other cities of similar size, well, what do they do as well? Keeping in mind that we have some members of council who work outside of being a councillor, we have to respect that. We have to respect the fact that the administration, the burden on administration to do the work, we have to understand that too, notwithstanding the city comments about, well, we can do it anyway. Well, it is about work-life balance, not just for staff, but also for members of council as well. So this is not an easy issue to deal with, because we all come from a different place, see things differently. But I do think we need to strongly urge the review, before we even talk about other committees or other cities, how we disperse our workload between committees. Because we can empower our other standing committees to do a lot of great work, not just through executive. Thank you. Councillor Young.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Well, I have some strong feelings about letting the standing committees do most of the work and not bringing everything that we bring to the executive committee, and I'll tell you why. There's some things that don't have to come there, and that's what you're asking to be looked at. Executive committee, we can speak more than once. We can actually talk about an issue, and people can come and speak to us about the issue. Council is very formal. I can only speak once, so if Sharon says something that I want to respond to and add to, I can't do it. So executive committee is very important to me, and I would like to make sure that the really important things that we need to discuss come to that committee before they go to council.
Good. Thank you, Councillor Young. Other speakers on the report? What we have in front of us then is a status quo, but an undertaking by the administration based upon our comments. And I think, Mr. City Manager, Mr. Clerk, you understand the flow of discussion? Okay. It's fine. Do you want to read what you have? Can you read what you have?
Okay, so the undertaking reads as follows through you, Your Worship. City Clerk undertake a review of the council and committee meeting schedule to determine options for streamlining meetings and to examine the workload between committees with a report prepared for the executive committee in the second quarter of 2018.
That's good. That's an undertaking. That's good. Is everybody okay with that? Does it work? Other speakers to the report? I'll call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Councillor Young, you're on the Public Works and Infrastructure Committee. Report 128.
Bryce, usually?
Councillor Bryce, sorry.
That's okay.
It's getting late.
We've been saying that for 2 hours.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll bring forward CR 17-128 from Public Works and Infrastructure, which is the increase in engineering service fees for the design and construction of the 5th Avenue North Stormwater Trunk Project within Drainage Area 13. The recommendation is as follows: that City Council delegate the authority to the Executive Director of Transportation and Utilities to extend the commission to Associated Engineering Limited to exceed $500,000 to complete the design and construction supervision of 5th Avenue North Stormwater Trunk Project within a Drainage Area 13. We had a debate.
Should we get a second for that, Councillor Bryce?
Yes.
Councillor Young.
Thank you. So we spoke about this at Public Works, and we talked about why we need to increase this. So maybe I'll ask the question now so it can be explained. Why do we need this? Why is this an increase? Through you, Mr. Mayor.
Ms. Gizmo.
Through your worship, this project initially started with 2 phases. The first phase was to scope out the type of work and the area that the work would be done in. And that work was completed successfully, and work began on 5th Avenue. Once the work began, some complications were discovered with respect to the conditions for the project. I think it was going to expand a little bit further. With those complications, some alterations to the design were made, and it is the extension of that additional supervision for a larger scope of work is really the result of having to increase the scope of the fees for the consultant.
Thank you. Is this something we could have seen ahead of time?
Ms. Gizmo.
Through your worship, I don't believe so. I think the phase 1 was done to our satisfaction, and the design work was done as we anticipated. The conditions that they encountered in phase 2 couldn't have been anticipated.
Thank you. So we did have this discussion at Public Works, and this was unanticipated work that they found once they started the project. So we are in agreement that this needs to be done. So that's why it's in front of us today. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bryce. Other speakers on the report? I'll call the question. All those in favor? It's carried. Information reports. Executive Committee. Councillor Bryce.
Thank you.
It's the Buffalo Pound Water Treatment Plant semi-annual report.
Thank you. I'll move Information Report 17-16, as you mentioned.
Seconder for it, please. Councillor Brasciani.
The recommendation is for it to be received and filed.
Any discussion on the report? Quite a long discussion of the Executive Committee on this one. Call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Do we have bylaws and related communications? I know. Well, is anybody has any questions? You should do it. Mm-hmm. Councillor Bryce, the floor is yours. You're on. Actually, we should do the communication, right? CP 1730. So, if I could ask for mover for that, please. Councillor Bryce, you move it. Seconder for the communication. Councillor Brasciani. Any discussion on the amendment bylaw? This is the Design Regina Official Community Plan Amendment. Discussion. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Now the bylaw. Councillor Bryce.
Thank you. Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Young, that bylaw 2017-51 be introduced and read a first time.
All those in favor? Opposed? Carried.
Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Stevens, that bylaw 2017-51 be read a second time as amended.
Any discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried.
Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Flagel, that Council hereby consents to bylaw 2017-51 going to a third reading at this meeting.
All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried unanimously.
Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Hawkins, that bylaw 2017-51 be read a third time.
All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. The last bit of information we have here is a notice of inquiry by Councillor Hawkins, and this relates to the Capital Point construction site. Councillor Hawkins.
Thank you very much, Your Worship. It's non-debatable. I'll simply read the inquiries into the record.
Go ahead.
1. What steps are the administration taking to monitor construction activity and to check for unsafe or emergency conditions with respect to the foundation and site services work authorized by the building permit issued by the City of Regina on September 15, 2017 in connection with the Capitol Point, 1971 Albert Street, Regina? 2. Will the results of such monitoring activity be reported to City Council, and if so, when? 3. In the event that meaningful construction activity does not resume at Capitol Point construction site by March 15, 2018, the date on which the city can deem the current building permit expired, what will the status of the development permit for that site be, and what options will the city have to require the developer to mitigate that site? 4. What additional powers, if any, by way of new bylaw or other authority, does the city administration need to require completion within a reasonable time at the Capitol Point site and at future construction sites? 5. What powers do other cities have to deal with construction sites where construction is not proceeding or is not proceeding within a stipulated time period or is proceeding at an unreasonably slow pace? The rules provide that that council is to receive a response to this, I believe, within 4 weeks. The city manager has spoken to me, and of course, we're over the Christmas period. I have no problem waiting until the January meeting.
Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. Motion to adjourn, please. Councillor Bryce, seconder. Councillor Flagel, all those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you very much, everyone. Have a great evening. Just saying. I'm just saying. But yeah.
Yeah, no, I know.
Sharon, I did say. Councillor Bryce.